What are you doing here? Okay. Should I move over? Is that better? Okay, sounds good. Thanks. I think I have. Oh, okay. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break and had a chance to connect with your fellow attendees. When it comes to measuring student ability, numbers like test scores, math assessments, and IQ results have long played a major role. But do these numbers always capture a student's full potential? And are they always as fair as we assume? Our next session, Beyond the Numbers, Rethinking Fairness in Math and IQ Assessments, will explore how assessment methods influence learning experiences and what educators can do to ensure every student has a fair chance to succeed. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. We have Catherine A. Eubank, the Executive Director of One Forest School, and Dr. Johann Sievering, the Board Director of Swiss Informatics Society SI. Leaders, please join me on stage. Welcome. We'd love to invite those of you that are in those back seats to move a little bit forward so we can make a little more intimate for our fireside chat coming up. Thank you.
Who are you all? What do you do?
Scott Shaw. I work in higher education. I serve as associate provost at Grace Christian University in Michigan.
Michigan. Way to go. How fun. Yeah. Where? Go Houston.
Check, check.
John's director. I'm the head of school at the Valley School of Ligonier in West Virginia.
Wow, yeah. My side of the country, Virginia.
Sharon Kennedy. I run an online tutoring agency focusing primarily on math and serving primarily homeschool families.
Good job. Which I'm sure there are more and more.
Oh, yeah. And they want help from people who know what they're doing because they feel lost.
And you? There you go. Yay. Well, thank you for coming. Well, yeah, we're a STEM school, so go. Yay. And then Ruth is our one of our board of directors for our nonprofit. Thank you for joining us, Ruth. And then this lovely lady is the wife of Johan, who traveled all the way from Geneva to be here today. Yes. Yeah.
Welcome.
And now we know.
You can give me your
We know someone from Geneva. We're good to go? All right. So, as I was saying, Johan is an educator of over 25 years for high school students in computer science to a high school in Geneva. Um, and he's been right at the intersection of education and technology long before AI became a part of the daily conversation. I just met Johan yesterday, and I run a forest school, so it's like, what knucklehead put us together for a discussion on the biases of math in education and who gets to be a genius. But the more that Johan and I had conversations, the more and more we saw similarities in how we are teaching. And he has a wonderful story that I want him to share with you all today.
Okay. I had a learner who struggled with algorithm. Programming was difficult for him. One day, he worked with a small robot controlled by a microbit. It's a little computer to control the robot, and they can also play sound. The task was to program the robot to follow a path. A learner did not manage to complete the exercise correctly. But something unexpected happened. Without any instruction, he composed a perfect song with a song chip in the microbit. So I had a question. Should I give him a bad mark? Because he didn't follow the expected path. Or should I recognize that he created something complex and meaningful? The problem is not only the student. The problem is my official assessment grid that did not include this type of result. So, what is fair? If I give bad mark, the message is, you failed. But in reality, he didn't fail. If I give a good mark, the message is, you succeed, even the fact you didn't complete the exercise. But what about the other students? What about my institution? What I did was this. I modified the assessment grid with the agreement of my colleagues to recognize this new skill because learning happened. It's not just an expected way. For me, this is a key idea. Intelligence is not fixed. It is contextual and dynamic. So the question is not, did the student follow the exact path, but what did the student actually learn? My
Yes.
story.
And so what it illustrates is the differences in public schools teaching and rewarding convergent thinking because it's so easy to track and score and allow people to say yes he is smart or no he isn't smart. And divergent thinking, what he is allowing those learners in his class is where innovation comes from. We need that divergent thinker. We need diversity in our schools, whether they're private schools or public schools, so that we can start changing those questions from not how smart are you, but how are you smart? And recognizing that in every individual learner is what schools need to start focusing on. Back in 2017, I started a forest school in Virginia. We are now still the only accredited forest school in the state of Virginia, and we cater to children preschool through the sixth grade. And it's a STEM school. So we have integrated STEM into our curriculum, but added some more acronyms. We are now eStream. We are environmentally educated classroom, plus science, technology, engineering, math, and reading and art. So we have a full curriculum with licensed teachers in an outdoor classroom where the forest really is their classroom. They're seeing math in patterns and how the forest ecosystems work. Because our learners are, it's necessary for us to have those divergent thinkers in our forest. And we rely heavily on emotional intelligence, something that public schools nowadays are not focused on. So that is where we are today. Does anybody have any questions, any thoughts about who gets to be a genius in today's AI-driven world? Yes.
Yeah, since you mentioned about the STEM school, how the STEM, mostly it's project-based learning, that's what I guess. So in that one, today's scenario, my challenge is like making them to work in team. And in your experience, how this project-based learning is truly effective? In the sense, it's not just making them engage, it's just making them to think individually and independently also. So how do you?
Yeah, so we thought the best way to engage our students uh, more effectively, because we don't have textbooks, but we still follow a curriculum, and we still need our students to meet the standards of learning for our state. So if they ever leave us, they'll be able to go into seamlessly any grade that they're moving into. So the easiest way, since we're working outdoors, was through STEM. It's a way to easily engage students in learning and not concentrating on, is it too hot, or is it too cold, or is it raining, or I'm hungry, or I'm bored. It's actively getting those children engaged in their own learning, because we are learner led. And sometimes those projects are just off the cuff. we don't plan on it. One student would say, I really want to go and play in the creek. I don't want to do my math today. And that's an opportunity to maybe make like a little thing in the water to show how water flows, and we can make energy through the running water. It's anything that our teachers can do by observing our students to come up with projects to further their engagement, because they still need to read and write and learn their mathematics. And mathematics wasn't something that was created by man. It wasn't learned in a classroom. They can see math in the forest itself, in every single working component. Everything feeds itself. And so by teaching the ecology of the forest and all of the science that's involved in ecology and the environment, it makes our job exciting and new every day and fresh every day, because we're listening to what the kids want to do, and then we have our toolbox of what can we do today, what kind of fun things are we going to build.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, yeah, very. So did you want to add?
Oh, I can speak about Switzerland.
Yes, please.
In Switzerland, it's a federal country with 26 cantons, Geneva, Vaud, and Zurich, Bern, and so on. Education is organized at 3 levels. You are federal levels, cantonal levels, and school levels. Education is mainly cantonal responsibility. So we, in Geneva, we don't have the same rules than Vaud, than Zurich, and so on. We have our own curricula and our structure. The federal level defines the overall framework. We have 2 paths. Academic path, it's maturité, bachelor, master, and doctorat. And vocational path is CFC and professional diplomas. In Swiss, education is with a strong principle. One key principle is equity and access. So we have students, and we try to get them by rules all the same access to the study, to the diploma until 18. The general philosophy balance knowledge, skill, and professional development. So in Switzerland, we use a scale from 1 to 6. 6 is the maximum, 4 is passing threshold. The grade 4 is an average, like you know. But it's mainly a single number that collapses everything, that collapse effort, that collapse context, that collapse prior knowledge, that collapse difficulty and culture into an opaque score. So we have to do it, but I think it's not the solution.
Yes, but I did ask Johan if all teachers taught with his compassion for looking for those alternate paths to pass his students, because he's understanding that the student didn't get there in the traditional way, but he still is able to do the work in a different way. And he said no. And that's where we are. I think globally, we need to start moving towards changing the education system, because it's not working globally. And that's why you are finding more and more homeschool students, and why nonprofits and stay-at-home moms are saying, how can we help? What can we do? My kid is not thriving in public schools. And public schools around the world have not been successful for a very long time. And it's great that we have people out there that are recognizing this need for change and aren't just saying, well, there's nothing we can do, but they're actually going out there and helping make that change in their community. One teacher at a time.
One thing that I've noticed is and I have to be careful how I say it because there are educators in the room, but I'm in the state of Arizona, and we're one of the two prominent states with the school choice movement. And there's a real pushback from the people who are in the system against those of us who are starting to function outside the system. And it's unfortunate that we can't come together because I think the system is always going to be important.
Yes.
We will always have public education because we need it
Yes.
as a society. But that doesn't mean that that's going to solve everybody's problem every day.
Right.
There's going to be people who need to be outside of that system because the system doesn't work for them. And
Right.
that's okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we don't need the system.
Yes.
It's just we need all of it.
Yes, we do need all of it. And I think for it to work, we need to start changing the way public schools are teaching our children. I do.
One of the things that I've noticed recently in my business is I'll have a parent walk in my door and my child used to love math. And this year they have a horrible math teacher. And I got thinking about it and I realized it was the same for me when I was in the classroom. I loved teaching math and science.
Yeah.
But reading and language arts was kind of, I'll do it because I have to.
Yeah.
And there's way too many teachers out there in the public school system who love kids. They love teaching language arts and reading, and they teach math because they have to.
Yeah.
And we need to remedy that. We need to get passionate teachers for every subject, for every student.
Yeah.
Because when the teachers are passionate about what they're teaching, the students catch that passion. And when the teachers are apathetic about what they're teaching, the students catch that apathy.
Or instead of doing worksheets to teach math, incorporate STEM. Because that is what you're doing there is you're creating an experience. And so it's learning math through an experiential way instead of memorization. And we are never going to compete with AI in math ever. But we are sending our children to school to fail because we're asking them to compete with AI in math by memorizing math facts, which is broken and wrong. If you set them up to engage in a project that will teach them the same math, then you are enriching their life and giving them memories that they'll be able to take through a lifetime. But they're not just doing that project. They're also learning leadership skills. They're learning communication skills. They're learning all of the EQ things that AI will never be able to communicate or to compete with us on. And that's what schools are supposed to be, right? We're supposed to be getting our students ready for the future. And we aren't by getting them to memorize facts. That's what we can partner with AI on that. It's very helpful in a lot of different areas.
Yes, and the teaching is so in silo. So we teach math here, physics here, chemistry here, French here, and nothing transversal. It's a problem because there are some learner. Here in biology, I don't know what is log, but in math they did it, but in biology they didn't. I think it failed. This what you said before. This transversal learning.
Yeah.
The one point I would add is we're talking about teachers, and I'm once again in the private sector, is the expectation of teachers by administrators. And what I mean by this is when you have 9 classes a day or 9 periods a day, and a teacher's expected to teach 8 of them, that is not a healthy work-life balance. So that is one thing I would say we need to look at.
Yeah.
The teachers at my school, we have 9 periods a day. They teach 5 of those classes.
Yeah.
The other 4 are for prep. Then on top of that, the largest class size I have is 14. We've gone to this economy of scale model
Yes.
of let's see how big we can build a building to save money,
Right.
but we forgot about the people in it.
Yeah.
And that's what worries me is that we're putting pressure on teachers, but are we treating them equitably to do the job
Right.
of helping to raise children?
No, it's true. And children are sponges for energy, and they know when they are not connecting to that teacher because that teacher is just not there. It cannot. They are so low on energy that they have no joy. When you are with a group of children and you are joyful, they are joyful. They feed off of your energy. So you have to bring your A game all the time. And everybody has an off day. But if your off days are every day and you are not joyful in your job, no matter what you're doing, you're going to fail. And you're going to fail the kids um, eventually because if you're like, oh my God, let's get this over with. Here comes algebra. Now listen up and sit down and close your mouth. They're going to have that same, oh, it's algebra. And algebra can be fun if you look at it through new different eyes. Like how can we apply algebra to a project, right? Let's play, I don't know, restaurant wars, right? Just something to engage the kids that's in a competitive way is the most important thing. But it has to start at the top. It has to start at the top.
Yeah, our job is to take care of the teachers who then take care of the students.
Yeah.
And if we forget that mission, we are failing the students by
Yes.
extension. One other point I'd like to add, being a math teacher myself, before I moved into administration, is my 8th grade students in algebra always used to say, Dr. Strecker, when are we ever going to use this? It'd be like 2 boats in a canal going in different directions. And I go, well, the actual mathematics, rarely. And they would always refer, well, then why am I having to? I go,
Yeah.
not teaching you math.
Right.
What I'm teaching you is logic. I'm rewiring your brain to think through a process. And I think we've forgotten, to me, it's essential. Every educator should take at least an introduction to neuroscience,
I agree.
just to begin to understand how the brain rewires itself,
Mhm.
not only intellectually, but emotionally, like you talked
Yeah.
about. That's the dilemma we
Yeah, and
face.
those problem-solving skills are necessary for adults. And we're finding all of these new generations of adults who are completely unable to problem solve their way out of any situation. And they get upset and they get frustrated. They quit their job, they walk away, they don't want to engage, they don't want to try and have a conversation. And so it's not just a problem in school. It is a societal problem that we need to start looking at because we have dysfunctional adults.
Yeah, I think, and not only just problem solving, but also critical thinking. And that's how I answer that question. When are we going to use this? Well, it's not about whether you've learned that 9 times 9 is 81. It's about whether you've learned critical thinking skills about why 9 groups of 9 make 81. And I think it's really important. I think part of the reason we have so many adults who are, as you described, is because for many decades we've taught math as memorize these facts and learn these procedures.
Yes.
And we haven't been teaching the concepts underneath.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons I have a business, is because I've got all these parents out here
Right.
who didn't really learn math. They
Yeah.
learned the surface of math.
Yeah, they can memorize 9 times 9 is 81, but can they conceptually understand what 81 things is?
Right. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Number sense and things
Yeah.
like that. But now in many of the schools we're teaching those concepts underneath. And then when the parents try to help the kids with their homework, they're lost because they didn't learn math that way.
Right.
And so I think to me, that's what makes me feel really good at the end of the day, is that I'm teaching people how to be critical thinkers.
Right.
And that's what our
But
society
not
needs
just
right now.
critical thinkers, right? So you're teaching children how to think, not what to think. And that is the key right there. You need to get them to be those problem solvers that their own parents have lost that ability, or they never learned it. No.
Yeah, to chime in with the same line, the problem solving skills and the critical thing both are very, very important to become an innovative leaders.
Yes.
These days, innovation is taught in a different way, thinking that bringing in new technology, bringing in new gadgets and all that is not innovation. They have to think critically and think out of the box and come out with a better solution. That is
Right.
what is innovation. So that's the environment we provide in our STEM education. We always give them some instruction to do some, learn the concept. And then after that, it is always through challenge card, try to think, what do you want to apply here? How do you want to solve this one? So those are the things is helping the children
Right.
to create those skills.
Yeah, and I think that for the people our age, we already know how to ask questions. We already know how to find the answers. But this new generation asks Google. So we need to stop being Google for our children, right? When they say, what is 5 times 5? Instead of saying it's 25, can I have somebody else, who else needs help, right? Instead of saying that, you should say, that's a great question. Let's see if we can figure it out. And we're not doing that in school. And we're not doing it at home either. We are Google to our children because for some reason we've run out of time to take the time to investigate and ask questions and get the kids, because they're going to keep coming back with that same question, right? They're not going to change because you've now become an encyclopedia for your children or your students, and they're not learning how to solve those problems or find those answers on their own.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, but for what we said before, in my courses of computer science, I don't teach languages. I teach how, for example, this robot must move, and the learner have to understand, to search, and after to make the program. But it's not. I don't teach how to do. I teach. You have a problem. You have a robot. You have Google, and now you have to do it.
Yeah.
And it's why I have a music that,
Yeah.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of the other challenges based on what you said a moment ago is that our society is a microwave society. We want answers quick. We want kids to do math quick. And that's actually my business mascot is a turtle. Because I'm always encouraging my students to slow down. I don't want you to answer me quickly. Take your time, think about it. We're not looking for a quick answer here.
Right.
We want to think through it. We want you to use your tools and find the answer.
Right, but and we're finding that
Counterculture.
right, but that new generation of I want it now, they have little to no patience. They're not taking time to think about their actions. They're not taking responsibility or any type of involvement in anything. It's just hurry, hurry, hurry with no regard to anyone or anything. And I think if you slow down, you can teach compassion and friendship and partnership in every single thing that you teach, no matter what it is, whether it's math or history or reading or language arts. It all has that same base.
Five minutes.
5 minutes. So, any other questions? Well, I want to thank you all for coming today. I think we, oh, yes.
If you could, I'm sure you've thought of this. What does the perfect school look like to you?
Forest school.
What's
Yeah,
forest
it's a forest.
school? Well,
it's a forest
give us
school. So,
the value systems, the core of who you
so
are.
yeah, so forest schools started in the 50s mainly in the Scandinavian countries, and Europe, of course. In the United States, in the Washington state area, they started out as like nature preschools. And we were a nature, well, we weren't a nature school, we were a forest school. So basically, a forest school teaches emotional intelligence by connecting children to the natural world. And we do it outdoors year round in the forest. And we have a glorious forest. It's all connected by different trails. We have different sections of the forest that the kids travel to for different things and areas of interest. And when COVID hit, I went to my board and said, look, all of the local public schools are closed. But because we were deemed a daycare, even though we were a forest school, we were a necessary entity, and they never closed us. Plus, we were outside, so we didn't have anything to worry about because we were outside, and we were a necessary business. And so I said to the board, why don't we hire some teachers and create a curriculum around early American history and have it STEM so that it's project based and still, because we can still hit the learner led through STEM, and they thought it was a great idea. So for 8 years we've been building towards that, and now we're through the 6th grade, preschool through the 6th grade. And we've got our ACA accreditation, our forest school accreditation, and we're going for the trifecta, the VACE accreditation, which is the Virginia Association of Private Schools. So we're really, really excited. And if anyone has heard about Montessori school teaching, they teach everything from inside of a box. We teach outside of the box and outside of the traditional classroom. Everything is outdoors. And Montessori doesn't really, it's not for every child, for every learner. And forest school truly is for every type of learner, whether they are a standardized testing learner or a neurodivergent learner. If they are ADD, if they're ASD, what is that acronym? ADHD. And then we created a new one. That there's just so many acronyms out there for kids right now because they basically just don't want to sit in their seats all day and do worksheets. So get them up, get them outside, have them moving, and create some fun projects for them to still be able to learn effectively and still meet all of their educational needs. The Virginia SOLs. No, not the same testing. We use that as a benchmark. So the Virginia SOLs have like they have standards where we have to show that the parents, right, that they are meeting the needs of all of the different things. So when we're doing like a reading curriculum for a first grader, we will do benchmarks. We do not do SOL testing at all in our school. We are too small to do SOL testing. So all of those benchmarks are used to help our teachers see where their students need the extra help.
At the conclusion, we can see every learner deserves to be seen, not just scored.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for that thought-provoking conversation. The future of education is being shaped by rapid advances in technology. From artificial intelligence to new digital tools, these innovations are transforming how knowledge is delivered, experienced, and shared in learning environments worldwide. Our next session, Education 2030, AI and Beyond, Ban or Blessing, explores the opportunities and challenges these technologies bring and how they could shape the learning landscape in the years ahead. Please join me in welcoming our speaker. We have Alan L. Krishna, the president of Team Up Corp, to the stage to lead this next exciting session.
Can I have the magic clicker? Change slides. We need the little thingy. Sorry? Oh, is it here? I don't think it's built into the system. Usually it's a little thing you hold in your hand.
That's okay.
Well, while we wait for the clicker to come, depending on technology, we become slaves to it, and without it, we can't make anything. So these days, when you wake up, if you don't have the monster to hold in your hand, I don't care whom you're married to, what kids you have, what dogs you have, this monster runs our life. So like that, today while I'm here in this distinguished, highly selective audience, this is what's going to keep the ball rolling. So just to introduce myself, I'm Alan Krishnan from the Washington, D.C. area. My passion as a child was to be a teacher. But unfortunately, in high school, my biology teacher inspired me to follow medicine and become a doctor, which I never became. So I have two failed ambitions in life, one being a teacher and then a doctor. But I got along with life. I never worked for anything. Everything dropped in my lap and things have just worked well. And I'm extremely grateful for that. But I still have heavy passion in education, students, and the medical profession. So I'm much involved with them as a driving force, not prostituting my brains to put food on the table. I have other things for that. These are passions that I do for sheer good of society. So education today is not the only thing that requires AI. Without AI, if you do anything, you're from the Paleolithic age, is what people think. And even one of the persons with the greatest vision in our lifetime, Bill Gates, said about a year or two ago that, I think it was in the last year, in 2025, teachers and doctors will be obsolete in 10 years. And I'm wondering, here is somebody I've followed, admired for 30 years, what the world is he talking about? I don't know about all of you here, but I can tell you the only subjects I excelled in throughout my education is when I was in love with the teacher. And okay, I'm not very smart, I understand it, but I'm not stupid to fall in love with the machine. So AI, in my opinion, can never ever replace a teacher. And if it does, as some people believe it will, you know what? The United States will not be a third world country, will be a fourth world. With everything going on right now, we are already heading well towards becoming a third world country. And it is we, volunteers like me, and professionals like you who are in education have to fight this nonsense and really make it work. So therefore, what does AI bring to the table? Computer-aided design is something I introduced in my manufacturing company in Roanoke, Virginia, about 30 years ago. AI is old wine in new bottle. There's nothing new about it. It's just a new label. Like how they say, oh, things are on the cloud. Yeah, before they called it SaaS, software as a service. So they just keep rebranding, putting new names so everybody makes money, and AI is one of those. However, AI does offer some tools. If it used wisely, it will change education. Now, some of you, I'm sure have heard those in the education field of the Khan Academy, which is very good. But multiple choice assessments have been there for years, for decades, and their impact is not deniable. So what is new now? The high impact AI driven education is not in the delivery of it, it is in the production of it. I have technology today. Any of you give me any curriculum, any book, I can prepare assessments at 3 levels: easy, middle, and challenging. So all of you are in education know the class has maybe 10, 12, 15% max at the top, the A grade students who get nothing coming to your classes because the teacher does not have any return on investment. If the teacher does, you're already A and A plus, what more can happen? So the poor child comes to school, gets nothing out of it, is bored to death, maybe mischievous and distracts the classroom. Then there's at the bottom of the table, you have the students who are in the D and F stage. There's no teacher in the world who can devote enough time out of a class to really help those students. Those poor children are doomed for a life to continue in the cycle of poverty. It's the middle B and C whom the teacher can really cater to and make a difference. And I'm sure every week the teacher is heartbroken that he or she could not help the students at the bottom of the ladder and couldn't really challenge the students at the top of the ladder because the system doesn't permit it. There are some selective schools where they give different math problems to the students based on their ability, so everybody is challenged. And at least the students enjoy it, but that's not easy to do. So now educational content is easily created. Assessments on this AI created content is prepared in hours for an entire year. So AI driven assessment now takes only minutes to correct because it's done by the system and the teacher just has to review the result. And if there are 20, 30 students who are doing it, you get summarized data on what common errors, and that help the teacher prepare in the future to be more impactful. Now, I offer this awesome book. Anyone who connects with me, you will have my contact information in the end, and I do have cards, and I also have I'm a sponsor, you'll have a table. It's a book called The Science of Mind Management. It's a phenomenal book for everybody on mindfulness and beyond. I will give you a PDF book of this title for no charge. And I will also send you an assessment so you can test yourselves before reading the book and after reading the book and seeing how it made a difference in your life and your learning. And this is what I can do for your school curriculum. And I'm very determined this will be offered to the students in your system at no charge. The students will get it absolutely free. And if any of the affluent families want to donate, they can make a donation to the school PTSA, which they can use to give teachers school classroom supplies and so on. Because to me, it's the most shameful thing. I'm ashamed to live in the United States, a country I choose to live in, where my teachers are poorly paid, they are overworked, and out of their small salaries, they take money to buy classroom supplies. I think we should hang our heads in shame that this is the state of our teachers. So this is what I'd like to help end. And our AI technology created assessment chapter by chapter in 3 levels of difficulty is what we'll bring to the table. So the students who are at D and F will take the easiest because my goal is not to make them A grade students. I just want to rise them 1 level. From F come to D, from D you come to C, and fantastic. And I am positive I'll put money on the table that I will make it happen, and I'll show you how. Long back, I'm encouraged by the success of this book on mind management. I have now created assessments for the full year in physics, biology, mathematics for one of the largest educational systems in the whole world. It's called CBSE, that's in India. It's a Central Board of Secondary Education, which schools in India and many of the other countries, including many countries in the Middle East, follow. And very soon I will have the same curriculum available for the United States, where we have College Board, which is quite a widespread curriculum. So multiple schools here will have that access, and I hope to launch this in the new curriculum year starting August this year, when the new schools reopen and they get started. Oops. Now, once this is done, as I said, we'll have college board curriculum, we'll prepare that, and that will be available to everyone. And academic year 26, 27 will offer these programs. Now, as I said earlier, the teachers can only do so much, and self-learning only takes you that far. Now, lots of people spend boatload of money and go study in MIT, but MIT, in their generosity through Coursera and other schemes, offer all the knowledge for free. And if you want to take a test and get a certificate, $50 a subject exam, you get a test. And therefore, things are available, but you can't really learn unless there is a teacher holding your hand, patting you on the back, and making it happen. And this is particularly true for the students who are weak, not for the geniuses like you are here, who are very self-driven and motivated. So my program is in every single class for every subject. We will take the A grade and B grade students and make clubs, academic clubs of 2 or 3 of them in each group. And they will have the option where other classmates can pick whom they want to join. So I'll have 4 or 5 clubs within the school. We'll call them teams, not necessarily call them actually teams, where you'll have the AB students and then the CDF students. And every week when the classes are over, the students will take the test, know what, and no teachers involved, completely student driven. Find out what is it they have not understood. This will be circulated to the email address which is set up for the A and B students to watch, monitor, and agree how they are going to help their class fellows learn better. And over the weekend, they will have their own Zoom account which I will set up. 40 minutes, no charge, so there's no financial obligation. They can take the 40 minutes, learn, take a break, eat a fruit, have some drink of water or milk or whatever they want to do, come back and finish. Every subject will have a different group, whatever is constituted by highest performing students. And as part of this program, we will also have gamification. So within the school class, they will have a competition, and eventually I will take this outside their school, and across all the schools in their county or city, we will have that competition. And they will all learn. Now, I switched a little too quick, but AI is no different from dynamite. Alfred Nobel invented it, I believe, 125 years ago. Or he set it up more than 125 years ago. And then I believe in 1901 is when he set up everything. 94% of his wealth he put in to set up the Nobel Prizes in 1901. Without dynamite, the United States will be nowhere close to where it is. Our entire interstate road system was built because of dynamite, which broke mountains, broke everything, and helped to make the construction. And what are we seeing today? Every day I wake up in tears on what the successors of diamond have destroyed in other countries and the lives that have been destroyed. So AI is the same. Accepting the damage it does will happen in our community to our children or our neighbors' children. And we need to unite and prevent that by harnessing the strength and value of AI, which it really can do a lot. So it will revolutionize learning, helping teachers to focus on what only teachers can do. It is only teachers who can inspire students, nobody else. Not the parents, not the siblings, nobody. It's the teacher whom the student respects, falls in love with, and will break his everything to please that teacher. Again, to tell from personal experience, a friend of mine and I went for swimming classes in Roanoke, Virginia to the local community college. I suck at it. My friend really learned well. And guess what? He got a B grade. I got an A grade. Even I agreed it was not fair. So I said, let's go ask the teacher. Maybe she made a mistake. We asked the teacher. You know what the teacher said? She said, Prasad, you got a B grade for what you achieved. Alan got an A grade for his efforts to what he tried to achieve. The fact he did not achieve doesn't matter. The fact he worked so hard is what matters. That taught me a big lesson 25 years ago. And here was a teacher who was a real good coach. She knew I sucked at it, still had the patience, invested her time to make me make the effort. So I've not given up. I still hope at my age I will learn to swim. And that's because of the inspiration of that teacher. I want to get back a little bit into history. Um, what you see is the first book I wrote. That's why it's numbered 1. And since I published other books, it's a book on postage stamp collecting. I don't know, you're old enough to know what postage stamps are. Some of the new generation will not know. And collecting postage stamps is one of the most educational hobbies. And my entire life is developed on that. I'm a little bit far, but for those of you who can see and who have good eyesight, you see that I'm wearing a tie here, and later on you can see it at close sight. It's a tie which is showing an aeroplane. It's an American stamp. The stamp itself is called the Flying Jenny. It's just a simple aeroplane on a 20-cent stamp. The reason it came up to being on the tie, it is the most valuable stamp in the United States, because this was done like, I don't know, 100 years ago. And at that time, you had no fancy multi-skein printing where boom, and you get a colorful poster or whatever, and you'll get it in 25 minutes. No. Those days, they have a printing machine which prints the blue color, boom, it'll print. Then it'll go to the next where the red color, and then the black color. Now, when the paper was being fed, instead of being fed like this, it got fed like this. As the result, the aeroplane is flying upside down. And that's the inverted Flying Jenny, which is the most valuable stamp. And they got used, most of them got destroyed, but some people salvaged. There are very few of them. I don't know exactly how many, but very few of them available today. And the little motorcycle, can you see it's kind of faded because it's 30 years old, and that's printing technology. As I said, I was publishing books on stamp collecting when I was a high school, but a college student. And obviously I had no money to pay for it. In those days, you had to print 1,000 copies. Not today, order and demand, you can print 25 copies. And where is a student in India in a small town like Mysore going to have? I didn't have the money. This is a motorcycle. It's called Ideal Java. The brand was Yesde. And they made fantastic motorcycles. The managing director was generous. I managed to go meet him and ask, telling him, sir, I want to do this. I want 3,000 rupees, which is roughly about $650, $700 at that time. Can you please help me? He wrote out a check. And the motorcycle, what we said is simple. Beauty is only skin deep. Yes, there is the exception. Great on looks, greater in performance. Ask the man who owns one. This was corporate SD in Mysore, which supported the community in a big way. And I believe even today we can go into our communities, talk to businesses, and get them involved in helping our children learn and change lives. I'm very confident we can do it working together. The same company, my next step was I published multiple books, so I constantly need money. So I decided, let me go to this shoe factory in Bombay and approach the managing director to give me some money. But I'm a student, how am I going to Bombay? Fortunately, I got invited to go to Delhi to be a judge at a philatelic exhibition. And going to Delhi, you pass Bombay and go by. And so I said, okay, I stopped by in Bombay, asked for an appointment. Instead of calling me to his office, he took me to lunch at the most expensive hotel in town, the Taj Hotel. And at that time, we went there and then we met. And before I could say anything, he said, hey, no one is helping children learn from stamps. And I said, okay. I set up India's first customer loyalty program, the Corona Stamp Collectors Club. The first year we launched it in Karnataka, one state, second year in South India, third year all India, and guess what? Fourth year we were the largest philatelic club in the world, 26,000 members. No technology, no computers, no email, no Wi-Fi, nothing. So that is what I want to do for education, and I want to bring in gamification. And the hand is being raised saying time is up, but we started 5 minutes late, so I'll take the liberty of a few minutes because we are very good at watching the end time, but not the start time. So anyway, so gamification, as I already told you, we will have competition between the different groups, between different schools, and we will change. And eventually we'll offer global tournaments for student achievement. We'll glorify learning. Does this resonate with you? If it does, please take a picture of this slide and you will have my contact information, or meet with me. I have a lot of cards. I like to give them away. Please collect them. And just for the information of the hardworking staff, I did speak to the director of this whole conference, and I told him they need to change. They should not have back-to-back events. It's stupid. Because somebody drags a few minutes, and that continues to end of the day. They need to have a 10-minute gap between. Because by the time the previous event started and I came here, it was already 5 minutes late. And as of now, I'm only 2 minutes over, but for the last minutes, the hand has been going up, which because I'm thick-skinned, I've ignored the acknowledge it. I appreciate your hard work. No, I did not. No, it doesn't matter. We don't have to argue about it. So thank you very much. Questions we don't have. And also, just for information, in the past, this used to have a clock which was countdown. I'm willing to bet you your watch and my watch are different, and that's a problem. Not to worry. Let's not waste more time and delay your next program. So thank you very much for your patience. And I'm sure things will change. It also took 1.5 minutes for me to get this, which again was a failure of the system. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for that incredible session, Alan. Now let's go ahead and move into a panel discussion. Every classroom is a space full of potential where ideas take shape and young minds grow. How can we ensure these experiences are meaningful, inclusive, and enriching for every learner? Our upcoming panel, Defining Content Standards, Navigating Free Expression and Inclusive Education, will explore this vital question. Now, let's uncover dynamic approaches that turn classrooms into spaces where curiosity, confidence, and engagement flourish. Joining us for this important conversation are Philippe Jacob Galindo Suarez, the founder and CEO of Texas Academy, Holly Ann Broski, the Special Education Coordinator at West Virginia Academy, and Michael Lewis, a teacher at the Newton County School District. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Did you want to sit in the middle? Did you want the middle?
Silly. Hello, guys. Oh my God, we are so excited. I'm grateful as we were talking before. Today, we are talking about inclusivity and the challenges that we are facing with the standardization. Going from private to government, we are facing different types of inclusivity challenges. As a founder of Texas Academy, I am working on a private school playing roles as a founder, chief technical officer, and instructor. And as an instructor, I can see how we can put new ways of inclusivity. In Texas Academy, we are working with the concept of metaversity. That is a virtual classroom where you can join and walk within a virtual city. The city has stadiums, auditorium, and classrooms where you can meet people just like now, talk with them, and have mentors that guide you to achieve your goals. But inclusivity is not only about gathering people that are facing geographic challenges. It's also about the future of inclusion. Now, with the technology, and specifically with the blockchain technology, we can own our own capabilities. We can change from one institution to another one in order to achieve a certification. So I am talking about inclusivity in the future. but we also are facing
Mhm.
challenges in the present relating with pedagogical challenges, related with accountability, because that's the talking of today. How are we going to come with such a great ideas to make it standardized? And well, I would like to give you the word, Anne, about these challenges that you are facing in your charter school.
Yes.
And I just talked with you about some examples of inclusivity, but she's also facing some other challenges.
So I was a public school teacher for many years. I did special education in the public system. And I learned that the issue with special education wasn't just happening in the system, it was the system itself. And that how can we expect changes to happen if there's no one to be making the changes? So I left working for the public school in special education and I went to a charter school. We're still public in my state, but we have a little bit more control over how we handle the special education stuff. And as a special education coordinator, I handle all of the IEPs and making sure that accommodations and modifications are being worked on in the classroom, because I realized one of the problems that we were facing is that we try to make IEPs for students and we tell the teachers, hey, here's their accommodations. And the teachers have no clue what to do with that because they weren't taught. But then we're expecting them to accommodate it. And then we have kids struggling. And it's just this endless cycle that unless you go in and you make sure that they know the skills that they need, that gap is just going to continue to grow and get bigger. And that with making sure that things are inclusive, with the increase of technology and specifically in conduct standards, it's not so much, hey, here's our targeted standard that we're going to do. This is the only way to get there, and you have to teach all of your students the exact same way. It's here's our targeted standard. I'm going to teach you different skills that you can use and build on to get there, to where it's about the goal, but it's not about the path. Because a lot of the curriculum that I'm seeing come out is very structured, and this is the way you have to teach, and this is what has to be taught, so then they'll know this skill. And that's not always the case, whether you have neurodivergent learners or neurotypical learners, that it's not going to be the same path for all of them.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing we have to understand, the foundation. Foundation as a special ed teacher, case manager, I'm seeing it on an everyday basis. How can a middle school student at eighth grade read at third grade level and pass the test? How can you expect them to read the comprehension of a test? How can you expect a student that has a disability and anxiety, nervousness, and you want him to sit in front of a computer for an hour? I had one of my students, and one of the things I do is a circle group. I was at a conflict. At one point in my career, I was pretty much ready to quit because I felt like I was failing my students. So I said, no, let me figure out a way and get tap into meet them where they're at. So students are honest. I said, the circle meeting, not getting punished for it. What do you feel when you take that test? One of my students says, I feel like leaving the building. I hate this test. I said, what do you mean? Mr. Lewis, you want me to stay here for 35 minutes on this thing I can barely read? And I looked at him. I said, so what can I do to make this better for you? Can we have more small groups? Small groups are designed with my colleagues have just said, it connects them. So I'm targeting where they're at, finding their weakness and strength. But what can I do to strengthen that weakness? Small groups. So in each small group, my teacher assistants focus on the vocabulary terms, because a lot of students don't know pronouns, how to even pronounce the word that. So we focus on those certain areas. Then the table I'm at, it introduced the foundation again, but introduce them to the new unit. Why? Because we're meeting the students where they're at. We have a huge gap. We're so focused on test scores, we're not focused on what can we do foundationally to get them there. We have a system in Georgia that had an AKS curriculum. I think many states have heard of this. I like it. But how can you put a pacing guide in a special ed EBD class that's based on just general ed? And when we look at a pacing guide, it has nothing to do connected with that. Same thing with this general ed setting. The pacing guide is too fast for some of those students. So with the AKS, I feel like my principal watched me. She said, what are you doing? I said, well, I got the foundation of ed, the curriculum, but what I'm doing is I refuse to move. If my students cannot get the basic fundamentals of this unit, I can't move forward, because that unit that we got right now will connect to the next unit. It's just like with math. If they can't understand adding, subtracting, dividing, multiplying, how can they understand exponents? So there's a connection. And then when we add in AI, that's great. But most of our students do not understand how to research. They'll just type in AI. I told one student, I said, you didn't do this work. What do you mean? Dude, you in AI. Oh, no, I didn't, Mr. Lewis. Really? This is what we're doing now? Okay, yeah, I did. Okay, then. So, but you have the fundamentals here to figure that out. You
Yeah.
can do research. I just need to show you. So in education, we want to take away the fundamental programming, the fundamental things of understanding reading and writing. The reason we told them address is because that helps them with numbers. It all connects. Like we talked earlier, we talked about the connection. How can we do AI or any technology if they don't understand the fundamentals? How can we understand language arts if they don't understand the fundamentals of pronouns, nouns? These are the fundamentals that we're missing is taken away, like in the special ed department. I can concur with you. I get so frustrated. I told my assistant principal talk to me, Mr. Lewis, what's wrong? I said, I'm getting 30 more gray hairs and not because of the kids. We talking about HMH, but they can't even understand what the sounds of A, B, C, D is. And that's the problem. And we have to understand that let's meet our kids. We don't give them enough credit. Our kids are intelligent. They just need the basic fundamentals to get there. And a lot of times when we talk about AI, I love it, but you know, they got to have the fundamentals to it.
I mean, the problem is getting complex, more complex, whenever we have to attend the public problems that we are facing in comparison with a private school that can take an initiative to make it more inclusive, more impactful with the students. And that's why we are here, not just because we want to make you aware of the situation that most of you already know. It's because we need to take action. We need to find ways to, at least now that we are here, to collaborate, to make it more inclusive. But trying to find these standardizations, it's something that is public. In the public sector means that we cannot make a decision about it. But the more people we are, we can make some kind of voting system, some kind of democracy, just to make them know that we are not okay with the way it is happening. So for me, that's very important because, as I mentioned before, in Texas Academy, we are empowering communication and negotiation skills. And we have our own methodology to make them experience real scenarios where they own the challenges of web development. Because I am an instructor on the web development side. So I have created a roadmap with all the gamification techniques, and within a virtual classroom, the level of engagement is amazing. The certification puts you in a global standard. But that's very nice to hear from a private sector perspective. Now the challenge we are sharing with you is, are you ready? Are you ready to collaborate with us? Because we are convinced that we can make a change. And that's the thing of this conference. That's the theme, action. So, and I'm so grateful that we had this conversation, and during these days, first, obviously, we talk about ourselves and what are our challenges. But the point here is that this is not only our problem. It seems that it belongs to everybody. And at some point, I just would like, well, to let you also talk and give your perspective about how do you feel about it. What would you do? What would you do to make it happen, right?
Yeah.
You already are very successful guys, and congratulations for that. But it seems that it's very difficult to come to a consensus where the people can work together to achieve something. So from your perspective, what would you like to do to solve this problem?
Yeah, one of the biggest things that we're seeing with all the increase in technology, specifically with a lot of the curriculum coming out these days, is in one format, and it's mainly online. I'm printing PDFs, I'm giving stuff over the projector. The students are using their iPads or Chromebooks or whatever technology device they have in school. And it's great that technology has all these features, but when you have students that are struggling, not even because of special education, just because I teach sixth grade, and when my students started kindergarten and first grade, those fundamental years, that was COVID. So they did not get the foundational knowledge that sixth grade classes 3, 4 years ago got, but I'm still expected to teach them and expect that they know the same things that they lost during those years. And so we're having all of this increase in the technology, but what's the increase if they don't know how to use it? And so part of the panel yesterday was we knew back in the day that Wikipedia wasn't a reliable source. So many kids are using AI, and it's great to give yourself a topic or an outline and to go from there. But we're expecting them to use things efficiently, and they're not taught how to do it. And that goes even with just some of the fundamental skills. I'm in sixth grade teaching ratios and scales and percentages. But if they're struggling with basic multiplication and division because they've lost those fundamental years, how is that inclusive in pushing them forward? And it's hard because when you have those times to where a lot of the curriculum or technology is expecting on this base that they already have this knowledge of, and it's not taking into account that there is a gap, and that gap is only going to continue to grow. There's nothing being done to kind of close that gap in how it's done. One of the things we talked about, I'm going to age him a little bit, is there was 20 years difference between when we went to school, but we both had the experience of the covers on the keyboards to learn how to type without looking at it, versus kids these days don't go through that. They don't have a typing class. They're pecking, and how can we expect them to move forward in this very technological forward society without giving them the basic skills? It's just not there and taught anymore because we're like, oh, they have the technology, they'll figure it out. And then they get through school into the job force learning things, typing like this in an office, and their workforce is lower productivity and they're not getting stuff done and they don't know how to use stuff. When I went through school, we had to learn how to use all of the Microsoft Suite and the Office stuff. And I have kids that don't even know how to change the font size because they weren't taught, but we're expecting them to do this formatting stuff. And it's just until we go back and we meet those foundational gaps, how can we expect them to grow and build on them? Whether it's in special education, whether it's in technology, or in just basic skills in academics, if they're losing the crucial parts, we can't expect them to build the next step if their base is sand.
Yeah, and then that's where when we talked about it, I love AKS because AKS is about mastering. But how can we expect our students to master something if they're not there yet? The AKS is great because we do small groups and we're meeting them where they're at. I think iReady has done a great job of pivoting so quickly and focusing specifically on the reading comprehension and math skills, specifically in those categories, and putting in actual lesson plans. So then, okay, here's the lesson plans, guys. Let's go off these lesson plans so then we can get their scores up. In the AKS, I know me and my colleagues in Georgia have talked about this, of revamping it, where pre-K through third, we got the fundamentals they need to learn. When they get to third grade, they need to have mastered these specific things in order to move forward. Because what's happening is, like you just said, we're passing our kids along. You telling me as a teacher to do this assessment test, but then when they get a 56, you give me a curves grade to give them a 75 because you're worried about test scores. You worry about numbers. So how is that going to benefit our children? How is that going to benefit the parents? But this is what's happening. And for me, I can't do that. As a teacher, as an educator, but most importantly as a parent, I can't do that. So to my colleague's point, and I told him yesterday, I love the AKS. A matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you guys, I got in the principal office a couple of times because my evaluation came, well, Mr. Lewis, you still gotta do the AKS. I'm doing AKS. What do you mean? Okay, I'm getting the fundamental, I'm doing the basic foundation of it, right? Yeah, okay then. I'm just not going off the pacing guide and leaving them behind. I'm just not gonna do it. Once they master it, then they're good with it. I have data showing that when I had like 78 grades in my grade book. I knew that some of my students struggle with testing, but if I gave them some cushion, their confidence and their test scores will go up. That happened. And when I told my assistant principal I did this, she said, that's a good idea. But I said, this is the point I'm trying to make. We can use the AKS, but we can't let our students move forward if they haven't mastered it. And that's where I think it will help with AI. I think it will help with all the students, just not in special ed. We got gen ed students that are falling behind. And we see it every day. And it gives back the teachers the power in the classroom. it gives back certain administration that I work with that I will back them up 100% that want to do this, but they're handcuffed because they're getting pressure from certain board members because if we don't get this amount of test scores, we don't get the money. Or we lose good principals because you're basing them on test scores instead of the merit of our teachers that are working hard to get our kids where they need to be at. So I feel if you have the right curriculum, we got to make sure our kids master it. We can't keep moving our kids along this way because they're falling behind. And then like we all discussed, the technology is changing by every second. Shoot, I get tired of these doggone cell phones. I just bought a new cell phone. Next thing I know, 2 months later, they talking about I need to upgrade. It cost me $200. I'm not doing that. But that's technology, and our kids know it. So I just feel that we have to do and invest more in making sure, and that's why I love this conference because I'm hearing the same thing I hear back in my own state. When I was teaching in Chicago, I hear the same thing. And I'm hoping that my colleagues who probably are watching through the streaming line hear me, that we all collaborate together because we all got the same goal, is make sure that our kids become great leaders for this country, but most importantly, become probably future designers like this gentleman with AI and the technology they have. But we all agree, we gotta make sure they know the mastery first before moving forward with anything.
Plus, when we just continue to push kids forward, say they're in second grade and they're at a kindergarten level, and we're like, it's okay, we'll just push them to the next grade. They have this gap that they never close, and they're constantly playing catch up, and they'll never get it because they start with this gap. And then as things increase, that gap will increase. And that's the hard part is without a lot of those early intervention targeted things, you lose a lot of that early catch. Something that I'm seeing in special education is that there's an increase in kids getting IEPs because things that might have been able to be caught in pre-K and Head Start or even as early as like kindergarten, first and second grade, they're just, oh, they'll behind, they'll catch up. And then they get to fourth grade, and then we find out there's a learning disability, and then they have an IEP, and they're already behind and they'll never be caught up. Versus if you are able to catch that early, it creates such a good foundation for them to continue to grow on. And I know my admin's watching and she's going to hate that I say this. I hate standardized testing. How does that prove what someone knows or doesn't know?
I don't think you're by yourself.
I know. But specifically, too, it's the way of there's this standard that they have to be taught, but every single county in the state is teaching a different curriculum, but we're all expected to get the same goal, or we're expected to teach the same curriculum the same way. I know in one of my curriculums, like I said, we're doing ratios. It wants me to teach my students 8 different ways to make tables and charts to figure out ratios. I straight up told them, I don't care how you do it, as long as you find one that works for you and you can get the answer. It doesn't matter if they know all the different ways, as long as something works. And I feel like one of the problems that we're running into with the new content standards, and specifically with the increase in technology, is sometimes it's almost we're doing too much. We're losing some of that basicness by trying to find out all these other ways to do it when you can just go back to the basics. And sometimes the basics is whiteboards and pencils. I don't often use the Chromebooks in my classroom because the students rely too heavily on them. I have 6th graders with illegible handwriting because they were never taught because they started teaching on the computer, like they started learning on the computer and they've lost that skill. Or just basic things like that. And it's when we lose that foundational skill, then we can't build from it. If we can't teach them how to just write sentences appropriately and not like they're texting their friend, how can we expect them to go and learn technology and coding and create web design or marketing or anything really? So much uses technology today. We all use technology all the time. How can we expect them to use it effectively if they're not taught how to write a sentence effectively?
Yeah.
Definitely. And well, lastly, because we want to allocate some time for questions, well, we are trying to do our best, as you can see. It's not an easy task. Personally, the way I engage my students is making them live real life cases in the web development industry. So I make them own or make them responsible of certain features of a website, for example. And I use agile methodologies to make them communicate on the agile methodology. There is something called a stand-up, where the team has to expose their progress in 10 minutes. And in those 10 minutes, they must be able to articulate the issues and the progress they are having on their day-to-day learning curve, because I will be mentoring them. I will be checking their code quality and how the user experience is, right? In order to really provide a certification. So, well, it has been amazing to know you guys. I'm so
Same.
grateful. I believe we are going to do something in the future.
Yes.
Yes.
But we are also inviting you, for example, in Texas Academy, texasacademy.com. You can sign in as an instructor and start having some experiences in the virtual world, because we are going towards that direction, right?
Yeah.
Well, please, if someone has a question, inclusivity is a great topic. Hey, do we have a microphone?
Not just questions, any ideas too.
It's coming, but I believe I can give you mine.
Or just talk loud.
Or just talk loud.
Oh, yes, it's coming, the micro.
Oh, he's coming. Oh, he's right there. Right here.
Thank you. I think you made a great point that using all that technology in classrooms is kind of a waste of time if they're not learning the fundamentals of what the technology is supposed to teach them. I know that I've had a lot of kids that have had IEPs, and I've tried to use iReady, and I got really frustrated with it because I felt that it was really big on explanation and videos, but very short on practice. And I didn't know how to get around that. So I would often look at iReady and just look at, well, here's the subjects that this is supposed to cover. And then I find just a way to teach the kid to make sure he understood or she understood the concepts. So, but I say that to lead to my question is that I was tutoring kids this way on IEPs, and I felt completely isolated because I did this online. I didn't talk to their teachers didn't talk to me. This was through a tutoring contract through the charter school companies, and I would get it. And I know that you began to talk about this, and I wonder if you could talk about whether better communication about what the IEP is supposed to be accomplishing among all these parties, the student, the parents, the teachers, the companies that it gets contracted out to, and the tutors, do you think that would be a place to start?
It is. There needs to be so much open communication. And also, the thing that unfortunately so many states are doing is they're losing the individualized part of the IEPs to where they're like, okay, this is the second grade standard. This is what all their second grade goals are going to be. And I've been in schools where all the second graders have the exact same goals. And that's not how it should be. Versus if you have the conversations and you can be like, okay, this child needs this. We can look at tutoring, and then you pull in the other services with speech and OT and anything else that they may need. But unless you open up the table for that conversation, because I think the biggest problem with it is that parents aren't aware of other things that they're able to access with that as well.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's as a case manager, I have to do it. I sit down my parents and I explain to the parents. I say, okay, so our goal is getting pushed out from resource. Here's their goals. Here's how they can meet their goals. I give my teachers a snapshot. I say, okay, here's a snapshot of the test accommodations, classroom accommodations. You've got to follow it. You've got to follow it. It's got to be part of your plan because number one, I'm a stool pigeon. I am not going to jail for nobody. And I don't want you to go to jail. But it's my job as a case manager to sit down with you, and then we have scheduled meetings. As far as outside help, I go to my director of the IEP of the special ed department first to make sure that we're not breaking any laws by going in, letting the tutoring center know. Because sometimes, like you said, the tutoring center kind of need to know this is what they're bringing for homework. This is what they need to focus on. If you could do the reading part or math a little bit more. And a lot of times with the parents, as well as my teachers, I have meetings with them. And parents have to understand, we can advocate all you want. If the data don't add up because your child tries to cut up, that's not on us. And I told my students, and they just looked at me. One of my students says, "You actually snitched on me to my mother?" I said, "Yes, I am." Because I'm a parent too. I'm doggone it. I'm going to put on my parent hat and tell you right now, you're not going to cut up and we working our tail off in this meeting and then we get doggone reports because you want to cut up with your behavior. That defeats the hard work for me, your parent, and your teacher. And that has to happen. The understanding of parents of their IEP rights, what they can, what they are allowed to by the state to have. I've had some students who have students with that autistic did not know they can use an adaptive device for their nonverbal, and they can go through their health insurance to get it, as well as some of the schools. I've had parents look at me like, "Mr. Lewis," I said, "That's my job as case manager." Now, the board can get mad at me all they want. Again, I'm a stool pigeon. I'm not going to go to jail for nobody because these are federal documentations. But to your point, sir, you're right. We got to have more meetings as case managers to back up our department head, as well as you as a teacher, as parents, so that way we are on the same page of the goal. Now, if the students start cutting up, that's a different story. We've done our part, and they just have to deal with it, and start over from scratch. But to your point, as case managers have to do that. That's our required, because if we don't do it, then that's kind of technically breaking some laws because we're not doing our part when it comes to the IEPs.
Very quickly, you were talking about not being able to string a sentence together. And with AI, I believe it can be a tool. Do you have an opinion on at what age should students really start learning and utilizing AI? How is it helping them, helping their brains? If they're not able to do, as you mentioned, fundamental, and I'm not an elementary or K through 12 where I'm in college, but I'm at a 2-year school, and what I find is students are, it runs the gamut, but typically some are vastly unprepared, and I've heard that a lot of it comes from, even in elementary, not learning how to write in cursive, so they're writing so slow, so their note taking is just very slow. And I guess my question is, and it varies state from state, and so I'm aware of that, but just what is your opinion on how should we advocate for more traditional learning? And at what age is it appropriate to bring in technology, knowing that, mom and dad might, or guardian, put an iPad in front of them, and it's, those students seem to learn how to use that very quickly. But how can we, and do you find it appropriate to teach more traditional styles of math, writing, whatever, early on? And when is it maybe more appropriate for the child and their brain to start learning with AI?
It does vary state to state. I know for my state, I'm in West Virginia, we start our standardized testing in 3rd grade, which is the middle of elementary school normally in most places. I think anything below 2nd grade, if you introduce it too early, if they don't know the fundamentals of addition or their letters, how can you expect them to then produce something and learn how to use it on the computer? One thing that I really like is the way that my school runs is that we have all of our core classes as normal, but for kindergarten through 2nd, we have direct instruction in reading and math to work on those fundamental skills. You may have 2nd graders in a class with a kindergartner, but that's the level they're at, and it focuses on those skills. And then in 3rd grade, we start to add writing into that direct instruction as well, because we can't expect them to know the grammar and sentence structure if they can't know all of the letters. So to go with your question, I would say probably around that 3rd grade year, once they do have the basic understanding of, I can type in who did this or what is this, and they can understand what they're reading as the output as well. Because if they're using the technology but they can't read it or they can't type it, it's not useful to teach them the technology. Versus if they have the skills of being able to read and create sentences, then they can use the technology to their advantage. One of the things I absolutely love with the technology is that with the IEPs is there's so much that we're able to do. With our standardized test, we have students that are able to speak during the writing portion, and it will create it for them. But if they don't know how to do the sentences or how to access that, because when we were doing our benchmark test, he's like, I don't even know how to do this. And so it's making sure that they know where those tools are and how to access them. But if they're not taught that and we just expect it from them, then it just continues to create this big snowball effect. One of the things I love is that they have to be taught. My like methodology and my thought with teaching from the beginning is, it's a quote and it says, if they can't learn the way we teach, then we teach the way they learn. And so many people are stuck in, well, I've done it this way for 20 years and it still works, so I'm going to keep doing it. And you have students falling behind and they get to that teacher and they hate it because they don't know what's going on, versus making sure that you're doing stuff and understanding. I create the weirdest little ratio things, but to keep up with the trends and my students understand because I make those connections, versus my textbook was so dated that we had a floppy disk reference and that went on a 20-minute tangent in my classroom because they didn't understand what was going on.
Well,
Yeah.
guys, do you want to say something more? I believe our time is done, but
We're getting close, so we have a little couple
Yeah.
we're
minutes.
getting close, or we
I
are
got-
3 more minutes.
I have one more question for you guys, and it's to touch on what both they asked about the IEP, and I know you had started with that. And we talked about teaching the teacher the IEP.
Mhm.
So in today's world, we know that there is a teacher shortage, and we're no longer professionals.
Yeah.
Just saying. Sorry. But there's a teaching shortage, and each district, each state has different things, and the teachers that they're bringing in may be professionals who did not go to school to be teachers, so therefore they weren't taught how to understand the IEPs. And I know you started on talking with teaching the teachers the IEP, because a lot of teachers don't look at the IEP or understand it. And I want you to just elaborate a little bit more. Like, if you were in a position with not just teaching the test as a teacher, you could take full control of your classroom like we used to do in the old days, where you could teach it so they understand it and you weren't teaching a test. Taking in effect those students with IEPs, what would you do? And this is for you, Holly.
Well, I think, man, y'all make me tell on myself really bad here. But I mean, I break it down to the bare bones for my kids. I have to. Like I said earlier with my teachers as a case manager, we schedule meetings. And what I have done is when I go to the workshops, and this is crazy too, like one of the workshops, they literally changed the wording of IEP. Like, there's a specific word we couldn't put in there. And so it dealt with the teacher's evaluation of when they go through evaluation and tell us how they're doing in class. They can't make it personal. They can't make it them making the assessment. So I literally had a meeting. I said, look, we can't do this no more. What do you mean, Mr. Lewis? Okay, you want me to explain it to you or we gonna get in trouble? Explain it to me. I said, this is what we cannot do with wording. You have to be careful in your evaluation and observation with your wording, because if you make it seem like you're making the assessment, now we're in trouble. You need to make it more so of what the student is struggling, and then what do you see improvement? That's it. And a lot of times we have to actually, I wish more school districts, instead of just pulling us out for like just a simple PD day where it doesn't resolve anything, have productive workshop of the teachers need to do IEP too. They need to know about certain wording when they do their observation, because they're a part of the team. And so I think more workshops have to be for not just for case managers and just special ed department, but teachers as well. Administration too. There's some administrations that get assigned to do observations on an EBD teacher and don't know what EBD is. They don't understand that when I have John and Joey over here tearing up the room, I gotta just go ahead and just forget about the lesson plans out the window. They want me to still teach. No, that's not gonna happen. Johnny and Joe ain't gonna do it the rest of the day. Well, they're asleep. Yeah, because that's EBD. But they need to be worked on that. So I would say more workshops. I would say more understanding of it, breaking to the bare bones, where you work with the director as well as the case manager to understand it better. And real quick, the reason there's a teaching shortage is because discipline. Kids want consequences too. They actually want structure. How can you expect a teacher to teach when you don't want any discipline in the classroom, or better yet, in your whole building? I'm gonna just leave it at that. I ain't gonna get in more trouble.
Yes. Thank you all. Our time is up. We would love to connect with you afterwards.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you can go first.
Thank you to our last speakers on that session. That was truly insightful. We are taking a few moments to get ready for this next panel, and it is a perfect time to do some networking. So meet some new friends and give them your business cards, and we'll get started with this next session in just a moment. All right, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that networking moment. And now our upcoming session brings a powerful and much needed conversation to the stage. Are you ready to challenge perspectives and explore what is truly it takes to help educators succeed? This discussion on are we expecting too much from teachers and not enough from the system will explore real experiences, bold ideas, and practical solutions to create stronger, more supportive environments for both teachers and students. Our incredible panelists are bringing their expertise and perspectives to the discussion. Please help me welcome our panelists. We have Dr. Rose Chu, the founder and director of Elevate Teaching. Troy Nelson, the director of Achieve program at School of Business Administration, Oakland University. Lisa Polk, founder and CEO of Pollyanna's Place, Inc. Armin James, the teacher at Emfrin Teacher Club, Brandon Jackson, the assistant principal and athletic director of Pocatello Chubbuck School District 25, and Tyrone Richardson, academic and accountability officer, 6 through 12 at CSDNB Teach One Publishing. And they are joined for the session with our moderator, who is Nakia Avery, the CEO of Avery Consulting Services, LLC. Welcome them all to the stage.
All right, thank you, everyone. Can I get some sound? Can you all hear me? Okay, good, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are in our third quarter of the year. So let's give ourselves a hand clap. Those that are in education, that are still in education, that are teaching. I like to tell teachers, you are the one profession that everyone has to come through. That's right. And you can be a billionaire movie star, a millionaire ball player, but there is someone's classroom that you had to sit in. My work now is education consulting. I have been a TA, special education teacher, a school counselor, coordinator, and now education consultant. So I've been at every level. So this that we're talking about today, it is truly on the helm of what I do and how I service individuals. Our topic today is, are we expecting too much from teachers and not enough from systems? Our discussion focus is, our conversation will explore the balance between educator responsibilities and the role of systems in providing support, resources, and alignment. The goal is to offer insight, challenge, perspectives, and highlight opportunities for shared accountability. On my left here, the panelists are Lisa Polk, founder and CEO of Pollyan's Place, Dr. Rose Chu, founder and director at Elevate Teaching, Armand James, teacher at Imperine Teacher Club, Brandon Jackson, assistant principal and athletic director, Tyrone Richardson, academic and accountability officer, and Troy Nelson. They will each share with you a generalization of the topic. We will go through one question, offer opportunity for you all to share with us, and then we will have 2 more questions after that. And if we have time, we will have some Q&A. So we're going to start from left to right.
Okay. So Tyrone Richardson, academic and accountability officer. That just basically means that I'm an assistant superintendent in the city of New Britain, and I'm from Connecticut. So, man, this topic brought something. So I also have a podcast called the Teach One podcast, and I recently had a conversation about this when it comes to readiness for teachers. And I think one of the systems that jump out to me first is our higher institutions, our colleges and our universities. Are they preparing teachers for some of the difficulties that we've seen before COVID and after COVID to work with some of our students? Another thing that popped out to me was time. How much time do we have as it relates to professional development, to work with our teachers, to work with our staff? That's a huge part of the systematic problem that we have as school districts. And then our students. How much time do we have with our students to support them in working with all of the knowledge that we gave them through social media, through phones, through things that are not being censored anymore? We got to work with our students when it comes to them recognizing all the access they have to the world that we previously didn't have. I know when I went to school, and how we work with them on that. So I think that's a big part of it, those systems right there.
My name is Armand James. I'm a 9th and 10th grade history teacher and philosophy teacher at South Philadelphia High School. I'm the founder of the Boys and Men Club for young boys in high school from 14 to 18. You know, everybody knows that's a teacher. You know, you wear many hats. You're a teacher, you're a security guard, you're a nurse. You know, I got a couch in my room. I'm gonna shrink sometimes, some of my students. But, you know, we're expected to wear so many hats and turn lesson plans in on time and contact parents. So I do think that we really ask a lot of our teachers without, you know, not really thanking them for the work that a lot of teachers do. That's why I thank this conference for, you know, allowing us to share these different ideas that can help us in the classroom. Because sometimes you get inundated with so much work, you're burnt out by the time February come, Valentine's Day, you don't have no energy to do anything for your personal family or yourself because you're so burnt out. So I think this is a tangible conversation that we need to have about teachers and our expectations as teachers.
Absolutely. I'm Lisa Polk. I'm the founder of Pollyanna's Place Inc. And I am the early childhood world. That's been my whole career. And thinking, I'm an organizational development coach, so I love to think in systems and think about how everything is interconnected. And the systems and the teachers, everything is interconnected to me. And it even trickles down into early childhood because those children that are with us first before they get to school to you all, if we haven't done our job with them, then and help them to be on task with all the skills and the same issues that follow you guys as teachers follow early childhood teachers the same. Typically takes about a year for a teacher to even figure it out and to even know how to begin to manage a circle time or to be able to even get their children to listen and attend so that they can talk to them about phonemic awareness and teach them about the letters and the sounds. So the same types of issues with time and everything that everyone else has said, we face the same thing in early childhood. And so being able to come up with some strategies and things that could help from our level up to you all.
Absolutely.
That's what intrigued me about this.
Hi, my name is Rose Chu, and I'm the founder of Elevate Teaching. And I also play a few other hats, as many of us do. I do think that, especially in Elevate Teaching, and just to say a little bit about that, because it relates to this topic, is that we need to really think about why is this profession, shouldn't this profession be more prestigious, more revered, more respected and honored in this society? Okay, we actually, through Elevate Teaching, early on talked to almost 700 people. And what came up over and over again is people feel misunderstood. People feel like people don't understand what it means to be a teacher. Just because you've been a student doesn't mean that you know teaching. And yet people tend to want to say, this is what teachers should do. This is what, the system should do. Yes, and so we do expect a lot of our teachers. And yet the teachers say, many of them know they want to do it because this is what they get to do. It's a privilege to get to serve students and families. And some of the teachers actually help us with one of the message that we have, which is teaching is evolving. They want people to know if I am a great teacher that I think I am, I know I'm evolving. I know as a professional, I will be constantly learning and adjusting, right? And really thinking of what is best for my students at the moment. And so while I believe we can expect more from the system to support our teachers, for community to show the love and support of our teachers, I think our own profession could really do a lot ourselves to hold our power, claim our narrative, claim the stories of why we are in teaching to start with, because of everything that people have said so far, that we are in it for a reason, and we are not backing down. The circumstances have changed.
Yes.
The profession has evolved. Now we talk about AI a lot, right? So for me, it's a both and, both elevating the profession. We want to have a movement where more people are champions of the profession and that we have more representation in the profession and that the profession is highly regarded. And meantime, also expecting the system could be at the district level. It could be at your school level, right? School, small s, right? School level, district level, and then state level, right? Legislative level, because every state has a different education department. Every state looks at the teacher license differently. So we need to think about a more nuanced understanding of the profession in order to have more nuanced solutions. Thank you.
So we were joking before we came on. The question, are we expecting too much from students or from teachers and not enough from systems? And we were kind of said, well, yes, period, right? I mean, that's the very easy way to take the answer to that question. My name is Troy Nelson, and I was in public education for 31 years, started as a vocal music teacher, transitioned to high school assistant principal and principal. And in that time, prior to going to the university level and directing a program for undergrads at that level, for me, the system is about communication. It's about effective communication from leadership, whether that's at the building level or at the district level. So when we talk systems, what does that feedback loop look like? You know, how often have you, as an educator, been on a committee or asked to lead something and you felt like your voice wasn't heard? You felt like it was window dressing, or you felt like, well, they're talking and they're asking for feedback and using the word collaboration, but it's really just so that we can say people were part of that. And so that effective leadership communication needs to have that listening aspect to it that is strong, it's active, that you're demonstrating that you're truly listening to those and want that feedback to make the entire system better from that. And that's really, to me, the linchpin of the system that needs to change, is that listening piece, that communication.
So I'm Brandon Jackson. I'm an athletic director and assistant principal. One thing that I've learned throughout my education career, both as a student and as a teacher and as an administrator, is simply this: education is preparing you for what you are going to do in the future. So if you're okay with what you're doing right now in the future, then just don't do anything. However, if you want things to change, continue to learn, continue to grow, continue to understand your strengths and your weaknesses. With that being said, this is the one thing that I tend to focus on, especially with my athletes, especially with my teachers, and especially with the students, is they're all individuals. I focus on the individual and their needs, and help them to be able to remove the barriers that are in their path from growing. And to me, the systems that we have are there to help that are tools. They're not solutions. They're tools to help our educators to be able to remove these barriers. Now, with that being said, also, it's as to your point, it is a lot about communication. And too many times it's about the best and newest and greatest, shiniest toy, the next best thing, instead of taking and refining what is already there and continuing. We're too quick to change. We're too quick to not look at we're too quick to not look at why it's not working, instead of what can I do to fix it.
Mm-hmm. I can say, as my first year as a teacher, I think I was thrown in the lion's den. I had no expectation and anticipation for what I would be experiencing. And I worked with children who were dealing with behaviors, and many of them had ankle monitors, so I also had to work along with their POs. Now, I did come from the prison education system, so going into high school, working with those students, I did have some knowledge of it. But when it came to working with the parents and then also the other educational systems, principals, individuals at district level, teachers, other teachers themselves in gen ed, I did not have experience in that area. And so I knew I had to go into an IEP meeting, and I was told that this particular family has due process. They have a lawyer right now, and they have a lawsuit against the school. So the first thing I thought, I got my TA to document on the student their behaviors, things that they were doing throughout the day, also good things that they were doing throughout the day, but their challenges that they were having. So when I got before the family and we were working through their IEP as a team, I always look at it as a team and a partnership. I always like to go through what are some of the things that they are doing well in the classroom, and then what are their challenges and what are we seeing. So when we started going through the data, the parent was just, her mouth just open wide, and she just had no idea what was happening with the students, or with that particular student. And so we developed a partnership afterwards. And these are strategies over the 17 years of education that I've been able to develop and work with not just teachers, but also principals and school leaders on how should family engagement look? How should those meetings we have with parents look? Because one thing that I understood as a school counselor, and there were incidences in the classroom, is when you ask, have you talked to their parent? Typically, it was always a no. And here it is November, December, and you have not talked with that parent. And so now they're upset because you have all these issues with their child, when those conversations should have happened very early on. And I suggest at least 1 or 2 conversations in the beginning between August to September. And so there are certain strategies that you can use that will allow families to partner with you that I actually had to learn after some time went on. But as a teacher, I was not taught that. But it should be something that should be taught, because some teachers are scared to talk to families. They don't know what they're going to say to them. They sometimes feel like they look like the bad guy. So yes, I would say yes, that sometimes we do expect a little bit more from the teachers than the systems and those who are in leadership have prepared them for. Where do you see the greatest disconnect between expectations placed on teachers and the support provided by systems? And we're going to start with Dr. Chu, and we'll work ourselves down and come back up to the beginning.
Okay, so just so you know, I wasn't scrolling. I was looking for the
Oh,
question.
no, you're fine.
I ain't paying attention, but I can't find it. Could you repeat the question again?
Where do you see the greatest disconnect between expectations placed on teachers and the support that is provided for them?
Yeah, from my experience and also experience with a lot of educators, they would say, right, like, so much of education sometimes is about the technical. All the forms you have to fill, all the meetings we have to do, all the things that we have to comply, the tests we have to do, all necessary sometimes. Well, we can debate on some things, but it's part of the system, right?
Yes.
Part of the system. As a teacher, you are supposed to be prepared to do that. And over time, if it's kind of the soil, right? If you don't nurture the teacher core that you have, I hear a lot of teachers forgetting their why.
Yes.
They literally feel a little disconnected from what is your origin story that got you to what you do. When you say you want to quit, have you talked to someone as to what about teaching that you want to quit? And this is a true story. I actually talked to someone, I think he was doing Uber driving, taking a break from teaching. He wanted to quit. He wanted to, like, you know what, the system is not supporting me. I'm from the LGBT community, and my community did not like who I am. So he started talking in the very negative. And then as we talk some more about system, what he's not feeling supported, he say, oh, if you ask me what I teach, I love it. And his face just lit up, right? So this disconnect for me is that if you really provide the space for teachers to think deeply and reflect deeply, nobody get up in the morning and want to say, I'm not going to do right for my kid, right? Nobody's going to do that. And he felt as if he couldn't do anything right. And yet when he talked to him, he was just like, wow. I say, see, you actually love teaching. What you didn't love was how you were treated. Let's separate the two. Let's have that nuanced conversation and consider what you need to support you. So for me, that's the disconnect, right? Are we supporting what teachers really need? Are we listening to them? Are we giving a chance for them to remember why they do what they do, why we are in this profession, and love them and support them, not by bringing donuts in the morning. That's surface, where they really say, wow, this principal gets me. This colleague gets me. I really feel supported. That feeling is priceless. That disconnect is causing a lot of grief in our teaching profession. I'll stop there. There's so much more I can say.
I think for me, it goes into you start a race how you want to finish it, right? So when you have teachers and you initially bring them on, it's every school is different. Like we've talked about, every district is different. So helping them to become acclimated in that onboarding system and creating that culture of that it is safe for them to ask questions because they don't know what they don't know. And so making it safe for them to ask questions, but also having the support that the people in leadership actually know what's going on in those classrooms. If they know what's going on in those classrooms, they know the areas that their teachers are struggling in. And being able to hear them let them ask questions and then be able to support them from that standpoint. I think that's very important.
I think there's multiple disconnects for me as an educator. One is inclusion. When I'm teaching a class and you got a kid reading on a 4th grade level and a kid reading on 12th grade level, and we got to take a state test in May that's on 11th grade level, and they're in 11th grade. So you want me to differentiate all this instruction all year and then send them in a test that's all 11th grade work? It's very counterproductive to me. I think sometimes the observations from principals are counterproductive because you come in the classroom with 30 students. Nobody fights in my classroom. I got a really good cachet in my class with my students. But they come in with a clipboard checking off, is the objective up? Oh, is this up? Oh, you have it? Forget the objective. I don't think you can run this classroom. My students don't come here, oh, there's the objective. I'm going to get to work. No, that's not how it works in here. So, and they may see a kid sleep and they give you a 2.5 out of 3. All students wasn't engaged. This kid has an IEP. It's a 90-minute class. He did 45 minutes of work. He's designated to do 30 minutes. He did what he had to do for the day. He's not on the right level, so he checks out after 30 minutes. They don't even ask me that. They don't ask about the student and anything. So there's so many disconnects they ask from the teachers. And I'll be finished with this, but don't get on top of discipline. We don't discipline no more. We don't want to suspend. So he said, oh, we can't deny that child an education. If we send them home, they're just going to be outside in the streets. Well, you're denying the kid the education that's in the classroom that's trying to focus and want to do his work. So how are we taking it here? But you may have to work in silos in your classroom. I built the cachet with all my students where we don't call security. We don't call the admin. They don't come in my room. We have a respect in our classroom. We built a little family environment in there. And that's what you have to do because you probably in certain schools, but I hear from teachers, you're not going to get that much support from people above you because it's just so much going on in the school at a particular day. As admins, no, you guys are in meetings. You got so much. They do so much. I don't think they have time to talk to us about what they're doing. We don't have time to talk to them about what we're doing. So that's a huge disconnect. Mainly was the instructional piece with so many different levels in one classroom.
Yeah, so to piggyback off of that, right? Again, I go with, and I've done it all. I've been a teacher, I've been a coach, I've been a principal in a couple of places. And now working out of central office, I supervise principals. But what I'm always trying to do is get everybody to have that throughway of coherence from the student all the way up to central office and the state, basically, right? What are our intentions for our students? What is it that they should be learning? How should we be supporting our teachers when it comes to what we want students to know? On one hand, we want to go with restorative practices and making sure that we all building relationships. And on the other hand, we want them to teach to that test, right? To make sure that our results come out right. You really have to find a way to connect all those tentacles that come out together so that it's coherent within your school district, within your individual schools, within your individual classrooms. And so that's hard in itself to be able to connect that. And so again, I'm in a position where I have to try to take all those things and put them together and then not forget our teachers when I'm working with my principals on emotional intelligence and thinking about all the things it takes to make sure that they're okay to work with our students. There's a book that I used to go by when I was first a principal, Feed the Teachers or They'll Eat the Kids. All the strategies in that book worked for me as a beginning principal, and I was a principal for 10 years. Just helping teachers connect those dots to what it is that I was expecting of them to do while making it a great environment and holding our students responsible in certain ways where you weren't suspending them and kicking them out of school for every little thing that happened, but that you were creating systems in your building that made it fun to come to school, made it a respectable environment for everyone, and built those relationships as needed to make sure everybody was okay. So huge problem with disconnects from central office and the state level all the way down to the student.
Troy and Tyrone, you all want to chime in?
Yeah, do you want to say something, Brad?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I would just say that disconnect, I jump up of what Armand and Tyrone said, right? I mean, that idea of all of that is about communication, right? So as the leaders of the district or of the school, what are you communicating as expectations? And are you then having that conversation with teachers so that it's real, so that it makes sense to everybody and that you're taking that into account? And I think that's one of the biggest pieces is that teachers are left out of that conversation. Right? There's a state level that comes in with an expectation, must do this, and that has to be part of that conversation when you're building the culture of the school, of the classroom, of the district, and it has to be a piece that is discussed, right? I mean, what are we doing to build a positive culture in the classroom, a learning culture, one where everyone is valued, where all voices are heard, and that we have that feedback loop that's coming through. And I hear Aman saying, you know, the principal comes in and doesn't take into account, doesn't even ask me those questions. Well, that's so missing in what effective classrooms are.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. You have a disconnect, you have something, especially between a parent and a child, and the child says, well, why do I have to do something? And the response is, because I said so, right? Right? Does that sound familiar? Okay. It's all about, again, the common theme is communication here, right? And to me, there's two types of communicating. There's communicating to understand, and then there's communicating to respond. And we've all been a part of those two types of communication. I'll start with the communicating to respond. Okay, the communicating to respond is simply this. I'm going to listen to you until I hear something that I think that I can poke a hole in what you're saying. And then I cut you off, and you don't stop, and so I get a little bit louder and cut you off. And then you begin to respond to me when I'm trying to say my point of view, until you find something that you can poke a hole in what I'm saying, and then I'm not going to stop, and so you get a little louder, okay? And so here we go. We start the elevation chain, and we all know that when our voices elevate, what turns off? Our listening skills, right? Our ears. So communicating to understand is this. It's active listening, and we've heard this from a few sessions before. It's giving everybody an opportunity to speak their mind, to be able to speak and get out what it is that they're feeling. They may not be able to understand what it is they're feeling until they have the opportunity to say it. And so as an administrator, I usually don't say anything until my teacher or whoever it is that I'm talking to or student is done speaking. Because a lot of times, you know, the people that are in our charge, they're carrying around a lot of rocks. So I'm going to use a metaphor, right? We have these big packs like Santa Claus on our back, and we're carrying around all of these rocks. Okay, what may be a boulder to somebody that they can just barely even manage might be a small pebble to me, but I can help carry that. As soon as they tell me what's going on, it's like them taking it out of their bag and giving it to me and helping, and so that I can help shoulder the load, help them get along and be able to see things from a different perspective. And I think that's where a lot of the disconnect is happening, is a lot of, especially with, we talk about in the political world, the politicians haven't spent very much time in the school. So they don't understand what is facing our students. They really don't have a true understanding of that. And so when they do get together and talk, And these ideas are being brought to them of what our teachers need in the classrooms because of what our students are bringing. They say, well, I didn't have to have that. I got through school okay, just the way that it is. Well, we have to, at some point, education and the way that we are educating our kids and our students, and actually each other, everybody, has to progress, has to go forward. And we talk about these different platforms, AI being one of them, right? And because there was brought up yesterday, the internet was similar to what AI is now, right? Because I went through, when I was in high school, I remember the internet just being first introduced, and it was an uproar, okay? So same thing. It's all about communication. It's all about getting to understand the one and the needs of the one, okay? And helping remove those barriers.
So at this time, we're going to ask our audience participants if you all have any pressing questions. We'll take one or two, and then we'll have two more questions after that. Yes, sir. And I think there's a mic. It was in the middle of the floor here.
I'm loud, so you probably can't hear me. One of the things you guys are talking about, the disconnects. And from my viewpoint, as a lot of other people, there's an epidemic of the boards of education around the country. Civility. Terrible, terrible things that they do to each other. You know, I come from Connecticut, and we have a town called Bridgeport that has had a rough reputation for a long time. Getting people in some of these boards that are literally having physical altercations. They're being arrested. How do those people, do you ever have any of you run into that? But it is, every day you're going to see a story in the education. The board of directors are not really your central office. They're not in your school, but they're telling you what's going on, and you're getting pulled by every parent who wants to be involved. And I live in South Carolina, and some of the instances of things that are down there day after day that you see. So how does that fall into place when you're trying the best you can in your schools? Most of the time, they may not even be interested in your schools. They're interested in having the power to dictate your curriculums, et cetera.
Where do I start?
So I will say I was part of bond meetings. One of the schools was going to be closed down, and two schools were within a mile of each other. If that, the schools were very close. I would say maybe a mile and a half of each other. And so there were lots of conversations about which school was going to be closed. One was built in 1956, the other one was built in 1960, so they were both very old. And I like the fact that we had several conversations prior to getting to the main meetings. Also, they used surveys for families, educators, and community members to be able to share their thoughts about everything. So they had an opportunity to come to the meetings. They had an opportunity to share in the surveys as well. So I believe some of that can be dealt with as far as the anger that is happening in communities and people not being heard systematically when we look at what approaches, what conversations, how can we do this prior to getting to the main meeting? And then I feel as though people will feel respected. What do you all think?
Well, I was going to say that in my particular board where I'm at right now, I think my superintendent does an excellent job of preparing the board for difficult situations so that they have appropriate conversations about those difficult situations. One of the things I see across Connecticut right now, because I'm from there too and I know about Bridgeport a lot, is the budget season. And that's also going into the disconnect as well, particularly in our urban areas for how we fund schools. That's where meetings can get contentious when it comes to those things as well. And that's where there's a disconnect between the classroom and what we can actually afford. And so sometimes our hands are tied with certain things, and that can be a problem for boards as well. But budget process is just awful the way that we fund education right now.
Well, I'm so glad you bring up the school boards because I don't think has been brought up a whole lot. I'm actually a school board member of a small district, well, not so small, in Minnesota, about 7,000 students. And I have to say, it has gotten more contentious from 7 years ago when I first ran for the position. And I ran because I'm an educator. I'm not running because I want to step towards something else. So for me, it was my way to, while I'm doing some work with the state level, I wanted to stay on the ground and be closer to the district where I live in. And I'm very fortunate to be with a school board that we agreed to be student-centered. We are a very equity-based district where we are clear. We don't come with our personal agenda. We also got a new handbook that say, this is the role of a school board member. And I actually wrote an article in the School Board Association in Minnesota about what is the role of a school board member to create the tone of the district. So when we hear that it is not happening, we need to pay attention to who is actually running, because that does change the tone of the district. I have visited schools where teachers would say, I hear other people in other districts, thank you for what the school board has done to create the environment where we can talk about history, where we can actually talk about Black History Month associated with the Metro Surge that we had. I'm not kidding. We actually tied those two together about community organizing. So it is possible to have school board that actually do the work that you're supposed to do, and they have the community support to make that happen. And working with the superintendent and the cabinet is one of the most important things. When that relationship isn't working, it really impacts everything. Impacts the teachers, impacts the parents, the families, impact the community, and the tone, as I say again, right? Like what is happening as a community, it really impacts it. And we've been sticking to the fact that we are in the business for our students and families. And we stick to it. Yes, yes, yes. And we had to, yeah.
Very difficult.
She gives us a document.
Yeah, she put it. But
Yeah.
see.
I have to say, I was shocked by what it took to be running for school board. I was shocked because just how old I was, I'm a resident. That was it. That was it.
Yeah.
I was shocked. And these are about our children, right? I agree with you. If you want to really have system change, take a look at why it is elected.
Well, I think personal agenda was brought up,
Yeah,
right? I mean, that's,
exactly.
and then communicated expectations, superintendent, board, what have you, of this is what we expect from you as a board member. It's passionate for me. I'm actually doing my dissertation on incivility in the workplace, so your question nailed it, right? And we're seeing it everywhere, all over the place. So
hopeful counterparts,
yeah,
counter stories.
it's unbelievable.
We have a question in the back.
Yes, yes. The thing for the past 10, 15 years, I've been on the outside looking in to schools. And what I have seen is that parents are expecting teachers to raise their children. And I think that's patently unfair. So how do you change that perception and or expectation on the part of parents that you're supposed to take over every, since you have for 8 hours a day, your job is to raise my kid.
Let's answer that.
I heard of a story 3 years ago from a neighbor. Their neighbor was neglecting the dog outside during the heat wave, not any water, anything. And authorities came to that owner's job, offered a citation, and arrested him. I think we put so much effort into the well-being of a dog in society. And sometimes when kids are coming from certain backgrounds or having certain things happen in their personal life, it gets glossed over. I think we have to, my experience as a teacher is a lot of admin are afraid of litigation from parents. They're afraid of confrontations with parents, so they take a back seat to parenting. I don't do that. You know, I meet parents where they're at. I try to hold them accountable because I hold myself accountable hardly the most. So when I see parents, I think we got to get back to the days where we holding parents accountable for like just truancy, just simple truancy. When kids are truant, that's a problem. Yeah. The kids are not coming to school. They're wandering around. Kids are coming to school high. Every day, kids are bringing weapons to school. You know, I had a situation where the parent, a kid brought a weapon to the school where they shut down, they locked down the school. We had the helicopters outside and everything. Had dogs sniffing in the school. And the parent, I was a dean at that time. The parent said, "Why'd you guys call the cops? But just why he can't get a detention?" I was like, "Man, we're on the news. Detention is not going to suffice." But again, even in that meeting with that parent, I think the admin were very tepid with the parent and saying, "Well, we could do this. We could work with you. We're sorry that we inconvenienced you." I was sitting there like, "Oh, I can't be an admin. I got to stay in the classroom because I can't do that." So I think we got to be holding parents more accountable for certain things in school, because I know exactly what you're talking about. I know other teachers see it. I know you see it on a higher level. So you got to hold them more accountable for it.
Not being afraid of those challenging conversations.
Yeah.
Well, we just have a few minutes left, and I'm pretty sure that many of us will be hanging around if there are those who would like to continue in the conversation, because this is a much needed conversation that needs to continue. But just very quickly, what are some things that we can do in leadership to better align the expectations with realistic capacity? Realistically, what are some things that we can begin doing now based on the conversations that we've had? And we'll start with Lisa.
Start with the early childhood person, right?
That's where it starts.
You solve the problem. You solve the problem.
Everything starts with early childhood.
Starts with early childhood, right? I think that I, like everyone else, go back to that. It takes, in leadership, as I ran programs, being that one that just stopped and listened, supported them when they were right, praise them, not praise them, but support them, make them feel confident in their job, but also coaching them through the times when they might have made a wrong decision or a decision that didn't align with our values, and giving them that opportunity to walk beside them and be proactive in the communication, be proactive with the parents, be proactive with the families, and take some of that load off of them. I would have the difficult conversations and hold those parents accountable so that they didn't take it out on my teacher. And I didn't mind, because that was my job to do that and take that load off of them. So I think being present with them, walking beside them, giving them that support that they need when they need it, how they need it, because not every teacher is going to need the same level. And as we individualize our instruction for our children as best we can and differentiate that, we have to do that for our staff as well. I may have a teacher that I can say, "Look, you do that one more time, I'm going to fire you." And then I may have another teacher that says, "Listen, help me understand why you made that decision. Let's talk about it. Let's see how we can do that differently next time." So we need to make sure that we meet our teachers where they are, meet our families where they are, and just continue to provide the support that's needed as they need it, the way that they need it.
If I might add really quick, don't be afraid to serve those that you're over,
Yeah.
those that are around you.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all. Thank you for listening. And we thank you, panelists. Thank you, Education 2.0, for having us.
Thanks, Brandon. Yes. Good to meet you.
Come on, man.
Thanks, bro. Yeah.
Thank you. Know what your work is gonna
Thank you, panelists, for that last discussion. We are going to take a moment to get set up for this next panel because it's quite large and an exciting presentation. They're going to be talking about in this next discussion, dismantling the gifted versus struggling dichotomy and valuing diverse learning strengths. That's going to be our next topic, and we're going to get started here in just a moment. In many classrooms, students are often defined by a label or a score. But as educators, we know that every learner brings unique abilities, perspectives, and ways of understanding the world. Our next discussion, dismantling the gifted versus struggling dichotomy and valuing diverse learning strengths, invites us to rethink how we recognize and support every learner's potential. We're excited to have an incredible panel joining us for this next one. Please help me welcome our moderator. We have Christine E. Agabi, a professor, therapist, and consultant at Care Silence Care, and our panelists joining her are Chala Malavaram, the founder and CEO of Spark Launch, Evan Rolfe, the CEO of the Sensation Alphabet, Sharon Canaday, the CEO and lead tutor at Turning Point Math, and Dr. Sandra Villarreal Montgomery, the CEO of Villa Mont Educational Consulting LLC. Let's welcome them all with a big round of applause. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, thank you all so much. First of all, we changed up the moderator a little on you. So, Dr. Sandra Villarreal Montgomery with Viamont Educational Consulting. Oh, there's my mic. Okay. And I do have a lovely panel with me today, our colleagues, our leaders. First of all, we'd like to thank you for letting our group share with you our topics today. Our group is a group of specialists that have expanded their reach out to meet the needs outside the system and have our very unique talents. So first, I'm going to have our panel introduce themselves.
So my name is Chaya Malavaram, and I'm the founder and CEO of Spark Launch. We are building an AI-powered game-based learning platform for children with ADHD, and will also include other neurodivergences such as dyslexia, dysgraphia, autism, as sometimes they all overlap. And it comes from a deeply personal journey of mine, my own neurodivergence, and learning to lean into my unique strengths and gifts that I had to discover on my own. And thanks to my son who put me on this journey with his diagnosis with ADHD.
Thank you.
My name is Sharon Canaday. I have 30 years of experience in the education field, primarily outside of the system, but I have spent time in the public school system teaching and in a private school as a teaching principal. And I actually taught overseas for several years too. I've kind of drawn on all those various experiences that I had and found myself in a position of having a contract non-renewal in January of 2020. Trying to find a job in the spring of 2020. And I just said, you know what, I'm gonna just tutor and substitute. And I started tutoring and discovered that it is a much more powerful mode of education than classroom teaching. And I feel so blessed every day that I can make so much of a difference in my students' lives. And I've now grown because I quickly reached the point where there was not enough time in my calendar for all of my students. So I now have 8 tutors that work for me, and I'm growing my team. And so not only am I blessing students, but I'm also able to help teachers who are either wanting to or have recently stepped out of the classroom to still tap into their skills and knowledge and help students.
Lovely.
I am Evan Rofay. I am CEO of the Sensational Alphabet. We are a company that creates tools for children of all abilities, primarily our touch and feel, scratch and smell, audio, braille, and sign language alphabet book. So regardless of a child's ability or disability, or a parent's ability or disability, they're able to get help either in the classroom, at home, in therapy, and wherever. The journey came from my mom and my dad, who created the product to help my younger brother, who has special needs as well. We got tired of, I guess, picking and choosing these flashcards, this sensory tool, this workbook. So my mom set out to create an all-in-one, and 19 years later, we're very blessed to still be around.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina Guyby. I have master's and doctoral training in counseling psychology with a specialty in resilience, which also comes from a very personal journey. The education piece of what I do is that I'm a professor of psychology at a couple of colleges in New Jersey. But my company is the Care Resilience, which is the Center for Authentic Resilient Empowerment, where I teach a lot of people different kinds of tools on how to be resilient from a scientific perspective. And so that's the other kind of hat that I wear, as well as the teaching in university and colleges.
Lovely, thank you. And I am, again, Dr. Sandra Villarreal Montgomery, been an educator for almost 30 years. And I created my own educational consulting company out of the need and desire to work with students one-on-one and see their specific things that make them unique. Now, speaking of unique, we have a question for our audience. How many of you feel like you have a label, raise your hand, that defines you in some way? Okay, a few. All right. I'm asking that because I have our panel over here that will be giving their thoughts and insights about what labels actually are.
Just labels, right? The first label that I get is ADHD, of course. And when I first heard the term ADHD, that was actually even before my son got diagnosed. It was through some of the comments that teachers had made to the parent-teacher conference that I came back and Googled and realized that they were all pointing to ADHD. And my first reaction was denial. I was like, what? That's my son. How can he have ADHD? And then I within a few days, I said, why not? And I started looking at all the positive sides. And then I realized that I actually have ADHD, and those were the challenges that I've always had in my school, in my education, and my procrastination, my anxiety, all of that made sense. And somehow I had leaned into my strengths. But I said, let me embrace the label. And actually, so I called a pediatrician and got him a diagnosis. And I've been so blessed to learn everything about ADHD. And so I would say just with any label, let's just listen to it with an open mind because there's a wealth of information with any label, and also with remember that with anything there's always strengths. There's always a flip side to a label, and so we will never know the other side if we don't see the negatives. So let's just accept it the way it is. And also, I feel label is always relevant to a system. And it's relevant to the environment. And so if we look deeply, we'll understand more about ourselves with any kind of a label.
For sure, yes.
I find myself often having conversations directly with parents who I need to bring up. You know, you might want to seek a diagnosis for your child. And the quick response that I often get, especially from homeschooling parents, is why? Why does my child need a label? And I have to explain to them that it's not about the label. It's not about the constraints that you're imagining that that's putting on your child. It's about accessing services and opening doors for your child. I myself have a child, an adopted child, who over the years we thought she was dealing with trauma. And at age 17, suddenly dots connected in my brain. And I said, I think she's autistic. And we took her in to have her diagnosed, and she was. A few weeks later, I was talking to somebody at church, and I wanted to tell them. And I leaned over to her and I said, is it okay if I share? She said, yes, because it was so freeing to her to have that label that helped her understand herself. And I think that's one of the things we need to emphasize to parents and to students, that a label isn't putting a constraint on you. It's helping you understand yourself. It's helping us understand how we can help you better.
No, I completely agreed. As coming from a bad behavior kid growing up, that was the label I was given. You know, exactly. So I was always fidgety in school. I couldn't sit still. I wouldn't be paying attention to things. And turns out I just had ADHD, and later on, you know, got diagnosed with ADD as I got older. And yeah, instead of becoming the bad kid, I was just someone that needed a little extra help. So once I was given diagnosis, I was able to get help that I needed. I was given fidget toys in class to keep my hands occupied. I was given standing desks so that if I needed to pace or move my leg a little bit, I could do that. And it allowed me to, I guess, learn what helped me learn the best. So I ended up becoming an engineer and getting my engineering degree because I like to think, I like to move, I like to work with my hands. And I was fortunate enough to get that diagnosis that sent me on the track where I got to today. And yeah, I don't think there's anyone that's necessarily normal. I mean, the definition of to be human is to make a mistake. So if you're human, you're obviously not normal, you're not perfect. There's just either a label you either have discovered or haven't discovered. And it's important that you don't run from it, because you will become the best version of yourself if you accept it.
Yeah, it seems like the consensus here is that a label is not necessarily a bad thing. It isn't a bad thing. It's a place to start. And as a resilience scientist, I can say that it's important to embrace the changes and the differences that we all have. And from there, we can move forward and we can embrace the changes, and we can use those to look for opportunities to grow and to develop and to help others. And we can't do that if we're not adaptable or flexible to these differences. So we have to think of it as a launch point and not as a stigma, and to get rid of the stigmas that go with labels, because they're important to help us to reach our goals.
I love that. And so I'm going to ask our audience again, as I vaguely asked if anybody had a label that they felt identified. If we were a little more specific and we said something like, is your label that you have brown hair? Is your label that you like apples more than oranges? Is your label more that you come from a certain category? We might not find that so challenging or difficult, but when you're talking to parents, and especially when you're talking about creating something that could potentially help their child, you're also noticing if you bring up anything about a label, sometimes there's a negative connotation to that, whereas actually it can be something that we as educators and parents and anybody that is a specialist in their field could use to help create and guide a more customized path for that student. So all of us are coming in with the goal of bettering the situation, supporting the situation, and labels sometimes are given either a good or bad category. So I love the insights in there. And let's talk now specifically about the label of being gifted versus struggling. So many people think that gifted doesn't have any challenges. It must be easy if you're bright, exceptional, whatever you connect to gifted. So I'd like to ask our panel, what are the challenges with students being labeled as gifted? What are some struggles that you notice? And the difference between the two, struggling versus gifted. I know that's a lot of information I just put at you. So maybe start with the challenges that are assumed with being gifted.
Yeah, I just with the word gifted, I truly believe everybody has a unique gift to offer to the world. And it's up to us to find out what that gift is. And so, and this, in the similar way, everybody has challenges. And so there's always this balance of living with your gifts and also living with your challenges. But in my lifetime, I've seen that you might as well use your gifts because they come naturally to you and it's easier. And so I've always felt this, if you can live in your gifts 80% of the time, and the 20% is your challenges, because we still need to do things. And for instance, with ADHD, executive functioning is a challenge. Being organized is a challenge. But I choose what to organize. I choose what to prioritize. That's because I know that's my weakness, and I hate folding my laundry. That is not my priority, right? So I think I'm not sure if I answered your question, but it's always a balance, and even me being creative is a gift, but it comes with challenges. Like I can't follow instructions, but that's exactly why I'm creative. So it's
You
balancing
did,
act.
you did answer my question, because especially that you brought up that we all have our own gifts and talents.
Yeah.
And we all have our own ways to do things. That's why there are a gazillion modes of information where we can get suggestions, I feel. So, yes.
Myself coming from a perspective of being a person with dyslexia who went through school in the 70s and 80s, so there was no label. There was no accommodations. I was in a private Christian school. There was no support. There was no, and now learning more about it as an adult, because many of my clients have dyslexia, finding out that, oh, that's where my creativity comes from, because students who are dyslexic have to think about things in a different way. I think that we often tend to put the gifted kids over here and say, yeah, they need to be challenged. So we'll figure out some way to give them some extra challenge. But really what we need to do is we need to be aware that with those gifts come challenges. Oftentimes, in fact, my husband is a prime example, and so is one of my good friends. They breezed through elementary and high school, no problem, because they were gifted. And then they hit college, and suddenly they had to study, and no one had ever taught them how to study. And so we have to recognize that with those gifts come challenges, and we need to, as educators, support them when there are challenges so that they can capitalize on their gifts and their challenges won't pull them down.
I love the fact that you brought up about how if you have a shortcoming, you have to be creative to solve it. Because, I mean, if one person's good at math, they might not be good at being creative, or vice versa. So just because they're labeled gifted at one thing doesn't mean that they're just all around perfect and can learn everything. So it's important to remember that, like, for everything you might be not the best at, you're probably really good at something else. Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just important not to put yourself in a box and put that pressure on yourself of, oh, well, I was labeled gifted, so now everything was easy, so now I need to keep up with that expectation. And a wise man told me that the only expectations that you'll let yourself down are the ones that you make for yourself. When you're in school, you're told you're gifted, but when you go to college, for example, no one knows you. You're the only person there who knows what you've done in the past, what you've been capable of in the past. So if you're not, in your mind, if you're continually not reaching those expectations, you're the only person who put those expectations there for yourself. So if you end up feeling overwhelmed or anxious, or like the world is crumbling around you, which was the way college felt for me in the beginning, it's important to remember that you're not the only person who has to study. You're not the only person who's going to go through issues like that. And it's okay to realize that you're allowed to not be gifted all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, sometimes when somebody is labeled as gifted, they're overlooked, and we're not seeing where some of the challenges are and where we can assist them. And so, like you were saying, it's important to seek out support and seek out services that can help you. You're not alone. And so there is research to suggest there's at least 24 character strengths that is in each one of us, and we just have to learn how to cultivate those strengths and use them across settings and recognize them, to recognize where they are so that they can be used, and also to seek support if we can't seek them out. But there are strengths in each one of us, and again, science and research support that as well. And so it's ultimately just important to cultivate what those strengths are, pull them out, and use them across settings, whether it's college or relationships or seeking more support, to cultivate them more and more.
I love that. And then I will give my perspective as a bilingual educator. We haven't even gotten into English as a second language, or you trying to, a student, a learner, trying to identify and communicate and function in a place where it is not their language occurring in this situation. So, for example, they're still working on this, but several of the gifted and talented testing, there is a language barrier. They're trying to overcome it. But I know for myself, in one language, I know a large vocabulary. But if I'm speaking my second language, I'm more limited in the vocabulary and the way I'm communicating. You put me in another country I can't even imagine. They're not going to know. I could have however many degrees. It doesn't matter, because I'm going in there not being able to communicate what it is that I know or being able to communicate what it is I need. And that's another thing from the early childhood aspect. We also have children that don't really know how to communicate, have either the vocabulary or to understand where their frustrations are coming from and what is, I guess, an acceptable amount of frustration in a sense. Like, they don't know because they're still developing and learning. So now you have language issues, developmental issues that are a factor that could be a pro or con in any of these. So with that, is there anything our panel members would like to add about struggling in general? What you feel is more of as we're talking about gifted versus struggling, really our gifted are struggling many times. So that really, it does intertwine. But please, if you have anything else that you would like to share about what you've noticed from learners struggling and maybe what we as educators, parents, the society can do to make a difference. I know I would say communication, massive. Just that word communication is quite impactful. But do you have anything else you would like to add about struggling?
Yeah, I want to address emotions. We don't, emotions is critical, especially with neurodivergent. Emotional regulation is an important aspect of learning and living. And if you look at the world today, emotions is not addressed at work or at school enough. And the connection between the heart and the brain is more important than ever, especially in this world of AI. I truly believe it's what we do with our hearts have the maximum impact. But to do something with our hearts, we need to regulate. And emotional regulation is important. And I practice it every day through my meditation. And so I can be and live in my full potential. And that's what I wish for everybody. And I wish that is taught in schools, how to regulate. On a daily practice so that it's not addressed after the fact, after something blows up. Yeah, so that's my wish.
And that's a good point too, is there's emotions in here that are throwing, like guiding us. And also we don't want our students or our children to feel that if we can avoid it, although sometimes it's part of the process. So anyway, we'll go on to our next speaker.
From my perspective, what I'm seeing, especially as someone who focuses on children with dyslexia and the science of reading and the things we've learned about how we need to change the way we're teaching reading and how that's flowing over into math now, which is what I focus on. It isn't as much about the child is there, the child is struggling, what are we going to do to help? We need to change what we're doing. Because oftentimes what we're finding, particularly with dyscalculia, is that if you can back them up and teach them number sense, their dyscalculia symptoms will basically disappear. I've taken dyslexic children, and in 3 to 4 years, I've got them reading at an 8th grade level. We have to change what we're doing and how we're doing it in order to meet the needs of that child.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to support, whether it's support from your teachers, support from your parents, support from your friends even. I mean, you are as strong as your support base is. And obviously that's not the case for everybody, as not everyone can have such a good support base. But as long as if you do, they're willing to help you and go the extra mile and start by accepting the fact that you're struggling and working with you to find the solution, then yeah, you should 100% be able to overcome it, whether it's, now, weeks, months, years, or an ongoing process. But yeah, you're as strong as your support and as much as you're willing to allow your support to help you.
I would say it's important to look for opportunities in the setbacks. And oftentimes when people are in a setback, they get into a spiral of negative thinking. And it's not about being proactive and looking for support and looking for areas where I can see where my strengths are or looking at it from a different angle. And we become kind of tight and closed-minded in that situation. So I would recommend that people look for opportunities in those challenges. Oftentimes, if we kind of just, because resilience is about adaptability and being flexible and learning from a mistake or a problem, like you mentioned before. And so it's important to not look at it as the end of the road, but where can I look for opportunities in this challenge to kind of help myself to grow?
I love this. And you all had something unique that we can leave and go into the next step with. And one of the things I just heard you state that I would love for you to elaborate on is resilience, because all of this, nothing in life is going to be easy, as many of us have learned, but a lot of times it's how we're coping with it, right? So please tell us more about resilience.
Yeah, so resilience is a actual scientific research study that's been looked at for about 50 years or so. It's an umbrella term that encompasses a lot of different skills that we can learn and grow from. It requires a lot of perseverance and grit has been defined as something that is about passion and perseverance in the long term. It's also about mindset and not dwelling on negative thinking and negative challenges and the difficulties. Of course, we're going to have bumps along the road. No road is smooth. But how do we again become adaptable and flexible and learn from those bumps in the road? Those are definitely things that are going to happen. We want to embrace change. One of the only constants in life is change. And so we need to embrace that change when it comes rather than bemoan something in the past, but learn from that situation and to grow from it. We also need to practice gratitude, and gratitude has been shown in research that it helps us to shift our perspective from all the things that could be going wrong to some of the things that are going right, which is really important. And again, to keep things into perspective. This is just one chapter and one day or 1 week or 1 year, but to keep things in perspective and to learn as we go along, and the road will show itself as we go along. But sometimes, again, people get stuck in the mindset of, this is a terrible situation now, and rather than looking for opportunities in those situations. So we can learn from experiences. Research also tells us to show humor and to show growth in difficulties and challenges, not to dwell on negative thinking, but to also think about how far we've come. We've come up to this point. We've shown some resilience already. So how have we used that resilience in the past to apply it to our current situation? We also need to look at things as they are, not insurmountable. Sometimes we look at things and see them as a big mountain in front of us, and we're unwilling to take a step. So start with a step, tomorrow take another step, the day after that take another step, and eventually you'll scale that mountain and get to a place that is, at the peak and the pinnacle of that mountain. So again, it's about adaptability and flexibility and learning, and to grow in those 24 character strengths that I mentioned. And those can be measured and can be cultivated and can be understood a little bit deeper. And from that, you can build that skill of perseverance and patience and use those skills to help you to grow in all of those different areas.
And not only us personally, but also as we help our students.
Yes.
To help them to grow those skills.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly. And so do any of our other members want to add on the resilience? Have you noticed, just even as you were talking about emotions, we sometimes are more sensitive to maybe feedback or things going on, but I think sometimes our emotional regulation is also occurring with that resilience, with that time that's occurring. And I also wanted to bring up another point too. We were talking about kind of going back to labels for a minute, and we're constantly changing. Mm-hmm. And so when you're talking about that, a label that is placed upon somebody at some time, especially with their development, with their learning, that may change. That is kind of a snapshot of that moment and what is going on. So I want to ask the panel then, do you feel that resilience, as we were talking about that change, do you feel that resilience helps with the identification of labels or helps with the struggling process? How do you connect resilience to those kind of anything that we've talked about in this discussion so far? In any order, go ahead.
For me, the way I see resilience is taking those small steps every single day, and the direction of those steps comes from that day. So not to overthink a lot of things, and not to be afraid of something that's imaginary, and to take it by the day. I can't focus. It's about taking one step at a day. That's my think about resilience.
To me, it's I mean, to help a dyslexic child learn, or a child with dyscalculia, you need to do multisensory instruction. You need to be explicit. You need to be systematic. And sometimes we have to be that element of the learning that they need to do in their resilience for them.
Yes.
So a child might be in front of me and struggling and trying to figure something out. Okay, well, let's figure out what tools you've got that you can use. Can you get your abacus out? Can you get out your table to refer to? Or, and I have to sometimes do that thinking for them to get them there. Mm-hmm. And I often end up with students, in fact, it's not uncommon for parents to tell me, oh, if I even just mention the word math, they melt in a puddle on the floor. And within a few weeks after I've started working with them, they're asking for more math time, and the parents are just flummoxed by it. They're like, how'd you do that? And part of it is just, let's make this fun. Mm-hmm. Let's find the joy in this. We don't have to just focus on the negative. We can focus on the positive. We can have fun with this. And so I think sometimes we have to be the crutch to our students. Maybe when they can't do those things for themselves, we need to help them. And then they learn that skill on their own.
I just want to add to the joy part, which is very important to continue the journey. Mm-hmm. Because joy takes away a lot of tension, and when you bring joy, it creates dopamine, it creates motivation to carry on. Yeah. So everything in life should be joyful.
Agreed.
Even math.
Love math. Hashtag math nerd.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's a good feeling to solve problems. If you're given a problem and you're able to, on your own or with help, come up with a solution, it's a good feeling. You're able to be resilient in the way that you can look back now and say, hey, yeah, that sucked and that was not fun and that was hard, but not only did I make it through, I learned how to make it through. So you've taken your label and you've added on to it. Like, again, I wasn't good at sitting still in school, so I was given the label of ADHD. And from that, I was also given the label of a fidgeter. I need something to play with, and it's great. So, I don't even have any notes on this. I'm literally just playing with it while I'm up here because it helps me with, my past struggles. And it's important to know that even though you have a label, more will come with it. And as long as you're able to grow from it and have that sense of accomplishment, knowing you made it through, then yeah, that's all that matters in the end.
Yeah, resilience is a lifelong muscle to grow. Mm-hmm. And as you evolve, you learn more skills and you grow more and you become more and more resilient. And you will always face challenges. Those are not going to go away anytime soon, but we learn how to cope with them and deal with them correctly. And for our kids, whether we're teaching them or our own kids or whatever it is, everybody needs someone to believe in them. And so we need to believe in that person, even if they're quote unquote struggling. And that helps them to see that they have purpose, and purpose helps us to become more resilient as well. So it is important to believe in our students, whether they're struggling as college students like the ones that I teach, or whether they're in elementary. We are their resilient crutch, to use your word, until they have learned those skills on their own, and believing in them that they'll be able to do that.
I love that. So I'm hearing empowerment,
yes,
resilience, support, joy. What a beautiful thing. All right. We have a few minutes for questions. we will gladly continue with our sharing, but if we do have questions, we'd love to get a few. And I see somebody with their hand up, but we don't. Do we have a mic for them? Yes. Okay.
So my question is, what are the tools that you guys might suggest? So when you go to a parent and try to let them know that their child is either gifted or struggling with some things that they can't do in school, what tools do you have there? And what age do you think a child can get diagnosed for ADHD or neurodiversion? Or when it comes to even the emotion that comes with that?
That's such a hard one.
Yeah.
Because it's different for every child. It really is. I think back to one student in particular, when I first started my tutoring journey, I clearly saw ADHD all over him. And I very gingerly brought up with his mother that we might want to seek a diagnosis. And she was like, I'm actually okay with that, but his dad just won't. And his dad was all, well, I went all the way through school and I struggled the same way and I survived. And it was just so hard to have that conversation with them and say, you're closing a door for him to the support that he could get. And it will help you understand him. It will help you understand why he can't clean his room and why, there isn't a magic age. There isn't. But I think we as educators need to be alert and aware and paying attention, because oftentimes the parents don't have any idea what they're looking for. We as educators see many children, and so we can see the one that stands out in one way or another and say, this is something that might need some attention to a parent. I did want to share just a little bit about my experience of having my 17-year-old diagnosed. We have a very unique psychiatrist in the Phoenix area who, when you bring your child to him, he spends some time getting to know the child. There's, of course, the tests and the things that the teachers fill out and the parents fill out. But he kind of reverse engineers it. And he says, okay, here's this child. I can see she has challenges. I know what services she's going to need in order to succeed. And then he looks back and says, what diagnosis does she need in order to access those services? And then do her symptoms fit that diagnosis? So he kind of works it backwards. And when I left his office, I felt like there were angels singing. It was just the most beautiful thing, because it's like, okay, now she can get the help that she needs. And that's what I try to convey to the parents the most, is we're not just slapping a label on to say, that's the label, now we're done. We're putting that label on so that your child can access the services and supports that they need.
I just want to add to that question about, because we have a podcast called Spark Launch Podcast, where we have neurodivergent guests. We are focused on mental health, and masking in adults is massive with neurodivergence, and the later the diagnosis, they learn to mask more, which is then really hard to undo. So I would, from that aspect, the earlier they know they're neurodivergent, the better it is, the better you accept it, and the better you don't have to unwind and undo all the damage of masking, because masking is what leads to mental health issues. When you pretend to be somebody who you're not, if you're a bird but you're trying to run instead of flying, that's a problem. So I would say earlier the better.
Early as possible, but it's never too late.
And
never
I
too
would,
late.
sorry. And I would just say too that it all depends on the situation as brought up. But think of it too, if there was a physical issue, let's pretend like your child was limping or something. On all these things, always follow up with like your general practitioner, pediatrician, whatever it is, and that. And I think that parents, if they're keeping up with the developmental stages and checking in what the expectations are within that. But if there is something off, like let's say they're limping. Okay, well, now we're going to get x-rays or things done, because if you're not doing it, then what happens is the body is adapting and masking it, right? So now you have an injury that healed or tried to adjust, and you're trying to reformulate that or undo it. So that's what I would say is always just consistent, like monitoring and doing that as well. Okay.
There's another question over.
Okay. Are we out of time?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are out of time. We would love to discuss further with you off the stage. Thank you for your time and attention, especially this afternoon. And thank you to our lovely panel with all their access.
Thank you. Thanks. Really well.
Thank you to our panelists on that last discussion. We are going to get prepared for this next one. Just give us a moment. But this next topic is going to be teaching self-compassion and growth mindset in a high-pressure world. That's our next topic, and we're going to get started here in just a moment. Okay, shifting gears.
I couldn't remember something, but yeah, no, it's not on. She's playing music, I guess.
Shifting gears. Nope. Shifting. All right, welcome back. All right, welcome back. Shifting gears, we now turn our focus to something every student experiences, but does not always talk about: the pressure to perform, succeed, and keep up. In the middle of all of this, how do we, as educators, parents, or mentors, help students stay confident, resilient, and kind to themselves? That's exactly what our next session, Teaching Self-Compassion and Growth Mindset in a High-Pressure World, will outline. Taking the stage for this conversation, our moderator, Dr. Scott Shaw, the Associate Provost at Grace Christian University, and our panelists. We have Adjunct Professor at Brandeis University, Robert Vetter, the CEO and founder of Robert Vetter Enterprises, LLC, Dr. Rena Lyons, the affiliate faculty at the Chicago School, Dr. Ezekiel Nelson, the metaphysician and body worker and psychologist at Heavenly Healing Inc., Beth Gutzler, the lead community organizer at United Congregations of Metro East, and Valerie Suarez Guana, the director of outreach and engagement of New Mexico Junior College. All right, take it away.
All right, well, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? All right, it's the last session of the day. Hopefully everyone's okay with that. All right, I know it's been a full day. We'll just introduce ourselves. I'm Dr. Scott Shaw, Associate Provost and Accreditation Liaison Officer at Grace Christian University in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So I hail from the Eastern time zone. Some of us are feeling it, but great to be with you today.
My name is Valerie Ansudes-Gauna, and I work at New Mexico Junior College. I am here representing our NSEB camp, which is NMJC's STEAM Enrichment Program.
I'm Dr. Ezekiel Nelson. I am a psychologist and metaphysical doctor and a certified body worker. I'm from Wilmington, North Carolina, and here to help the world.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Rena Lyons. I am an affiliate professor at the Chicago School. I'm also the CEO of REBX3 Consulting. So it's very nice to meet you. I'm here by way of Chicago, but I work out of Dallas.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bob Vetter. I'm a cultural anthropologist, and my lifetime work has been at the intersection of healing and learning. And I've spent a lifetime taking traditional wisdom from non-Western cultures and bringing that into the classroom, whether I'm working with anywhere from pre-K up to graduate school or with teachers, to take these elements of wisdom, of real universal knowledge, and bringing it into the classroom to enrich students.
Right. Hello, everybody. Sean Milligan here. My day job is Director of Consulting Services for a software implementation company. But by night, I'm an adjunct professor at Brandeis University.
All right, so our first question, and any of the panelists, but I might start with Sean, because I think he offered this question. Growth and compassion rarely develop in isolation, right? We do this as a community. So beyond individual reflection, how do we build learning environments where students can see that others share their struggles, their doubts, their successes? And why does shared visibility help in developing self-compassion and a growth mindset?
Yeah, so I look at this from, this is a little bit of maybe a unique lens, but I look at this from a lens of all of my courses are offered asynchronous and online. So online meaning online, and asynchronous meaning there's no activities that happen in a specific time. I'm not teaching lessons, I'm providing content and guiding students through. So it's a little bit, that breeds almost some isolation, if you will, right? And so that visibility into that growth mindset and compassion can sometimes be a little blocked by the asynchronous environment. So I lean a lot on Daniel Pink and his writings about motivation with autonomy, purpose, and mastery. Autonomy, mastery, and purpose, sorry, reverse those last two. And so I like to build a lot of stuff into my courses that really drive that sense of the autonomy without community drives isolation, right? It's the opposite effect. And that mastery without some sort of witness loses meaning. And the purpose really needs some reflection to stick, if you will, right? And so I build a lot of activities that are team-based rather than just discussion forums. I build a lot of activities that are team-based where they're solving intentional challenges together. They're coming up with solutions collaboratively. They're witnessing each other's growth. They're witnessing each other's vulnerability. I also lean on, if you're familiar with Kristen Neff, an educational psychologist, she talks about common humanity and how struggle is not shameful, right? It's community. It's how we help each other. And so I do a lot of reflection journals too that are public facing that allow students to kind of witness each other's vulnerabilities and successes, which kind of leans toward that, okay, there's some compassion, they're solving problems with each other, it almost becomes like social media, if you will, because they see these challenges, they see these things, these activities, et cetera, and they almost crowdsource with each other. And so they witness these things that are going on in that growth and that compassion. I think sometimes we see a growth mindset as something that's developed internally. And I actually think it's a social construct. I think that we have to make that visibility intentional in what we do so that they are witnessing vulnerabilities, successes, collaboration, et cetera, and really making that into that construct.
If I can piggyback off of him, so Carol Dweck with the growth mindset and fixed mindset, when it comes to different things, she touches on that, especially in the education department. In her recent TED Talk speech and in her books, she talks about how she went into a impoverished school where everybody felt that these students were not the best of learners, and she switched their mindset. And when she switched her mindset, and I know from New Mexico, so you may know this well in the school districts, but when she switched the mindsets of those students and allow for them to believe in themselves by pushing them and saying, you're awesome at what you do.
Right.
You all came in and you are all A students. You're perfect. Like, this is the best class. They grew. So when we're talking about that mindset, what you were just saying took me straight to Carol Dweck's teachings that she does on that fixed and growth mindset. So you are absolutely right. It is a construct that we need to push into our students more.
Yeah.
I love that you brought that up.
I'd like to just say, I'm kind of a rebel. So I do get it as far as the communal side of things, because we do learn from each other. We do understand the reflections of each other, how we are reflections of each other in some form or fashion. So children can be able to grow by seeing what the others are doing. But however, I also like the solemn set mindset too, because if a child is going through, dealing with other children, some children just need that time to be alone so they can process whatever it is that they either went through, if they were bullied, or if they were, if they have certain friends that's treating them a certain kind of way, they may need something to process, but not process too secluded,
Right.
because then their minds start going everywhere. So be able to be reinforced by a positive group, a positive, teacher or parent, whatever, that don't worry about, yes, you may have this much time to go through what you're going through, but like you said, you're still awesome. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
still got it going on. You're still, whatever type of affirmation you can give them and teach them to affirm that they are good, that they are safe, they are loved,
Yeah.
and so forth, then that can push them to continue to grow also, and more look inward that, forget what everybody else say. I got this support. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'd like to share, I'm very excited about our INSET program because we've expanded from juniors and seniors to now elementary age, and then this year will be the first year we're moving into junior high. But the pilot program, and the program that has received probably the most attention, is where we have juniors and seniors and we prepare them for college. And we have students of all backgrounds. So whether you are underserved, whatever that might mean in your area, or you come from an affluent family or well-educated or not. But what we see is that students, we keep it intimate, so it's no more than 20 students, but they come and they have a very immersive experience at the college. And we stay with them for a full week, and they're able to experience college and or what it would be like. And obviously it's the STEAM programs. And we will have students who are very shy, very reserved, I can't do this. And now having so many of them that have become college ambassadors, or I've even had a couple of students say, if I wouldn't have come and done this, I wouldn't have believed in myself. And yes, you know, it's the words of affirmations, but what we have found is because it's such an immersive experience, and we invite students from all over the area. In fact, I just met somebody from Virginia, and I said, have your daughter come and join us. But these students are going through it together, and then they're realizing it doesn't matter what color, what background, what education, even what I think I'm going to do. We've had students who come and they might not take traditional classes, but they're a part of our workforce. But what we have seen is just this community, the cohorts, students that were traditionally maybe very athletic are making friends with students that are traditionally maybe more reserved or into video games. And this experience is kind of this big push into the deep end, but I think they are finding that growth with each other. And when they're struggling, they feed off one another in order to help. They kind of end up realizing how much of a leader they are, whereas they might not have had that experience in their traditional setting.
I'd like to share a cultural perspective on this. And I think it will come out of something called two-eyed seeing, which is a term that was created by a Mi'kmaq elder to describe what it's like to have one foot in regular American culture and another one in an indigenous cultural perspective, and how we can combine those two. And what it brings to mind is some of the work that I do with young children, where we talk about in Native American communities prior to the arrival of Europeans, that there were two main ways that children learned what they needed to know. So instead of going to school, most of their learning took place through playing games and listening to stories. So through stories, they learned the teachings, they learned the values, they learned what life should be all about and how to live a good life. And through the games, they learned a very healthy combination of cooperation and competition. And I think that's really what we're talking about here, that we live in a highly stressful world where we need to be able to compete. But the problem that we face is when we do that in isolation. When I experience failure, and rather than having a support network around me to tell me that it's safe to experiment, it's safe for me to make mistakes, it's safe for me to learn from my failures, instead of that, and especially in an age of standardized testing, what happens? When I fail, it becomes internalized. It becomes my identity. I'm a failure. I don't work well in school. Instead of school being an environment where I can make mistakes, where I have the support of my teachers, where I do perhaps project-based learning so that mistakes can be shared. Whether it's a victory or whether it's a failure, it's shared by the group instead of all of that weight going on one individual. So that's why I think that one of the things that we need to look at in education is how to bring relationship back to the way that we interact with one another and the way that we are able then to compete.
One of my favorite aspects of growth mindset is the power of yet. Yes. You know, I'm not good at math. Mic drop, right? The final word. That's it. Game over. I guess I'm just going to put puzzles together and read storybooks. Well, no, we have to learn, right? I teach at the college level, and I also teach statistics. And a lot of the students come in and they just say, I'm not good at math, I'm not good at stats. Mic drop. It's like, no, of course not. You say, I'm not good at statistics yet, but you're going to be because of two things. You're here to learn, and I'm a really good teacher. So that's a winning team. But if we can build that growth mindset with the power of yet, you know what? You're going to learn this. What young child is good at math? What 2-year-old is great at trigonometry? Like,
Right.
no, of course not. What 4-year-old can read, advanced? No. But yet kind of frames it in a perspective that, but I will be able to do this. And I love being able to build those relationships and saying, but you're going to do this. This is important. I believe in you. And that's part of that balance between kind of framing the self-compassion and growth mindset, that it's kind of a polarity that, you are special just the way you are, right? You're not lacking in anything, and you're capable of so much more. And that's why I'm here to help challenge you and encourage you in that process.
Yeah.
How would, this is to the panel, what are some ways that we can frame growth mindset and or self-compassion in this process of working with students? Anyone can jump on. Oh,
I'll go first. Sorry. I'll jump in because I want to piggyback off of what you said and what you said with the not yet. Framing that growth set. Failure, I always like to say to people, what did you learn? It's not really a failure if you didn't learn anything from it. Personally, it took me a long time to really get to that point where, to me, failure was not an option. I always felt like I needed to be perfect at everything. But as I got older and then as I became a mom, children will change your mindset for real. But it was, what did you learn? And did you reach your goals? Or what do you need to get to that growth? Which ties into your emotional intelligence. Being self-aware of who you are, how your reactions create a reaction out of other people, how you can change, what are your relationship building skills, and how can you just flourish with that. So I agree with both of you guys with the not yet mindset. I can't do it, but not yet. We get that a lot in graduate school with students, so I agree with you. And then I agree with you as well when you were talking about failure. What did we learn from it? Failure is not a bad thing. And I agree that schools need to incorporate that more and not focus so much on testing. Focus on that growth. One of my best friends is a elementary school teacher and a 5th grade teacher. And when she shared with me that her bilingual students, who everybody had just shunned away, like these students can't speak English, their test scores are not going to be high. She was so proud when she came in, and this is her first year in that school district, to come in and say, my students have out-tested all of the monolingual students. My students have tested the highest in the district, and super excited. And we looked at the data, because yes, I'm not a stats person, but I love data. We looked at it, and it was just, I said, well, what did you do? And she said, I allowed for them to fail. I allowed for them to have that growth mindset of, I can do this. And what she realized and what we walked away with was, they've always been told, you're not good at this. You're not going to learn this. You have a learning disability. So what happens when you tell people they're not good at something or they're not going to grow?
They believe it.
You said it in there. Now they self-identify with, why should I learn this? Or why should I do this? Because no one's going to believe in me. But when you put that affirmations, as you were saying, Ezekiel, and all of that effort into those students, she's a perfect example with her data that shows it. She took a low-scoring group of students, and now she is the #1. Her class is #1 in the entire school, and everybody is asking her, how did you do this? And it was through love, compassion, and believing in her students' ability, and changing that mindset from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset of, I can learn 2 languages, I can grow, and even with these standardized testing, it's fun. She made testing fun for her students.
And to add to that,
yeah.
she also had to believe in herself to do
She did.
it. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that giving the child the understanding of not saying try, because a lot of times we've carried try. I'm trying all the way from our childhood to adulthood. And so, well, I'm trying to get this. And I tell people, when you try something, first, it gives you a way out for failure. Secondly, you're giving yourself a trial. because you're constantly saying, I'm trying, and so forth. And so if you give the understanding to that child and to the adult that there is no try, there's only do or do not. So you don't try to drive, well, if you don't know how, but let me change that analogy. Well, the things you know how to do, you don't try to do. Then you just know how to do it. But the premise of it is, give them the understanding that you can do whatever it is you set your mind to do, and having that encouragement, and great things happen such as that, because now they start believing in themselves. I used to mentor several children, and that's one thing I would always tell them. I would get, like you said, I would give them the opportunity to fail. Let them fail. Let them complain about it. Let them talk about it. Let them get out of the system, and then ask, well, what's the lesson behind it? What did you learn from it? And they'll tell you what they learned from it, and then, all right, what you gonna do now? Are you gonna dwell on that, or are you gonna move forward? You see the problem. What's your solution? And you let them think. Let them figure it out, because they have a mind to do so, what I'm saying? So let them figure out their own situation, because it's their path, basically. And when they do, they're the ones that becomes proud of themselves, and you become proud of them. And you're a sucker. You didn't try to do this, do that, do. No, you just sat back and you watched them grow.
I would say too, it's hard to, the term frame a growth mindset is kind of challenging for me, because a frame implies borders, right? And just like every aspect of education, everybody's idea of a growth mindset is different, right? Someone's growth mindset could be the 1% every day or every month or every quarter or whatever that may be. Some people's view of it could be the moon landing, right? That's the growth mindset, right? And there's all that in between. Some may say failure is not an option. Some may say failure is always an option. What do I learn from it, as you stated? So I think a certain amount of it has to also be through observation. And I hate to keep going back to community and social construct and stuff, but there's a lot to be said about that, the visibility into others' growth and others' sense of vulnerability in that growth, et cetera, that has to be observed to a certain extent. How many, I know it's this weird reference, I promise I'm going somewhere with this. How many have seen March of the Penguins?
I have seen.
And how many have finished March of the Penguins and gone, what a magical journey. How did they learn that? Right? It's through observation, not really anthropologic. Did I say that?
Anthropological.
Anthropologically. But it's an observation, and I mean, we know they're communicating, but there's a lot of observation in that process to make that magic journey and know what to do and know not what to do, and see others failing and picking those up and allowing them to fail and allowing them to be vulnerable. That's all learned. And so I think there's a certain level of observation, guided observation, if you will, right? We need to help folks along with identifying their growth mindset and framing it, to use the term, right? But we have to allow some observation, but guided observation, I think.
And I'll talk a little bit about what I think we can describe as modeling behavior on the part of a teacher in the classroom, because what we want to see students do, largely, the outcome of it is largely what the teacher demonstrates. And I can't tell you how many times in going into the classroom that I'll see teachers who expect one thing of their students, but they don't deliver on the same thing themselves. So we have to have that kind of consistency. And it makes me think also about, in traditional societies, you didn't have a teacher who was hired. You had a relative.
Right.
So there was something relational that went on in learning. So how do we create that relatedness when we're in the classroom? Part of it is that old-time job of the elder, which was to find out what was inherent in that child. And it brings me back to the original meaning behind the word education. We have kind of an idea of education now as how much information can I stuff into this person? Whereas the original meaning behind it was the word educare, which means to draw out. So it's the idea that we have something inherent in each one of us. And a teacher has in my opinion, the responsibility to help to draw that out. That job of the elders was to look to perceive something in that child that could come out and would actually benefit the entire community. And I'm here to say that I think that's what we as teachers are here to do as well, to model what we expect of our students and to find everything that is worth developing in them.
I like that approach, I really do, because it is natural, it is ancient and so forth. And I think that as teachers, it would be good to be that model for them, but also to encourage the parents to also be that model, because a lot of times we can be that for them, but then they go back to an environment where they don't get it. And so even though they spend certain, and then not to make it even smaller, it's only in our class. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we can encourage the parents, encourage the relatives, whoever they're being raised by, to be able to reinforce what we're giving them. And then they can always be in that mindset and in that type of environment. So thank you for that.
I don't mean to just talk about the camp, but that is my experience of, 6 to adults. Has anyone in this room or anyone on the panel gone skydiving before? You have? Okay.
Absolutely.
So I'll ask you then, because I've heard, and I wish to do it, it's on the bucket list. I've heard from folks who've gone skydiving, they say, you're nervous, your heart's racing. Unless you're just someone who that doesn't scare you, but there's that excitement, that kind of fear, hesitation. Was it your experience that, from what I've heard, once you jump, you feel the peace, the calmness, the excitement, it just feels different when you're in the plane versus when you jump out?
The world slows down, for sure. And I know that sounds weird because you're plummeting toward the earth, but that, and if you do it commercially, you're talking maybe 15 seconds of free fall before the chute opens, et cetera. But that 15 seconds feels like an hour. And when you hit the ground, not hit the ground, when you successfully land.
You're still here with us.
When you successfully land, you kind of see the world differently too. I know that sounds, life-changing and all that, but it really is. You kind of view things a little bit differently. So yeah, I would agree.
So I asked that question because I want to do that, and I want to be of that group where you're on the other side of it. And so with the INSEP camp, and I've seen it happen with the high school group of students, but especially now last year, I would say I was very hesitant because I said, that's not my group, that's not my people, I don't want to be a teacher, and that's, ugh. But, we wanted to expand the program, and we did, and I'm so happy. But to see, especially the littles, as I call them, how nervous they are to come in, and it's not their teacher, and you're only going to be with them for 1 or 2 days. And we do ask parents, we allow them, but I said, we would prefer you don't stay here. Your kids go to school, but I don't know. And to see the excitement, and I even had one very little girl say, can we not come back tomorrow? And I said, no, that's it. But I imagine it must be very similar on the other side of that jump. And so for them, maybe, I know for me, it was observing them and seeing this is a big leap for them. And we do have them have a lot of fun, and they're running around, and there's serious times, and there's all of this. But as I'm listening to the growth mindset, I feel that students can also sense when you are disingenuous. And it's not to say that you can't have a bad day, but if you are passionate and you are excited, and even on the days you're having a crummy one, if they feel like you care, and I know that's we say that all the time, they'll care if you care. Yeah. But understanding that this is their first time too. And sometimes maybe we have forgotten what it was like to be in those shoes, but that genuineness, I think, really resonates with students, and understanding, this is like jumping out of a plane for them. And if we can make this as exciting, and then then the peace and the calmness will come, the world will slow down, and if they feel that you really care, I think that students really respond to that, and you're going to grow with them, and they're going to sense if you're nervous. So if you can kind of, then they're going to also say, okay, this is a safe place for me to grow. And then I have found that they will lead each other.
I was going to say what you're talking about is servant leadership and leading with values. So it doesn't just apply to students, it applies to adults too in corporate America. And I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of my corporate America experience, but the same thing applies. If you are boots to the ground, your team follows. If you lead with example, and mostly I spend most of my day talking to adults saying, you set the tone for the rest of the day, you set the tone for your team. The same thing applies for the students. When I walk into the classroom with my graduate students, and yes, I call them kids, but they're all adults. They're working on masters and PhDs. I know that I set the tone, and I know that my story resonates with them. This is the journey I went through. This is what it took to get here. This is my experience. What's the story you're going to make? That's what you make me think of as being that servant leader. So I really do feel like your program, what you guys are doing, you guys are actually servant leaders, and you're teaching our next generation to be those boots to the ground servant leaders just through the immersive experience that you're talking about. So I love that. Thank you.
And I love this too, as being in a room with change makers of education. You guys are the high power, high octane leaders that are changing lives, and our panel too. And but what I tell my students is find a mentor, whether it's a teacher or a professor or someone that gives you a new frame. We were talking social constructivism is what came to mind too with servant leadership. If I know someone who's doing this, right? Maybe I'm the first person to go to college in my family, or the first person to be the first doctor in my family, right? Having a mentor or someone that, okay, you've been here, you've done that, maybe I can do that too. And the fact that this person actually cares about me in a mentoring type relationship, that's incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
Because it humanizes that experience of feeling like, can I do this? And I think that's that tie-in with growth mindset, that I can't do it yet, but I know people that have been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and they care about me, are invested in my growth. That's exciting, or it can be.
Yeah, just one real quick thing, just to tie onto the servant leadership train. I intentionally, I always learn from my students every single time I interact with them, and I intentionally call that out with them because I do believe that at any age, right, if I'm the learner, if I'm the teacher, or whatever that may be, we're always learning from each other, and so I intentionally call that out, and I find it's very effective in kind of bringing out that, wow, professor said I did something great, and professor said I learned, and not that I'm any great mind, but there's just that sense of like there's a vulnerability there in me that also creates a vulnerability in them, which is
And to tie in with that, I think it's important that the mentor or the teacher expresses their own vulnerability, because a lot of times a child or an adult learner for that matter may put somebody else up on such a high pedestal that they say, well, I could never live up to that. But if a teacher is willing to express their vulnerability, then the person learning, the mentee or the student, says, oh, okay, well, they went through that. They faced their own challenges. They didn't start out perfect, so maybe there is hope for me.
As an example of what I just said, I used to mentor a young man. I've been mentored him for about 8-9 years, and we had gotten into a discussion one time when saying being vulnerable and being truthful with them, because they can tell when you're lying. And I asked him one time, I said, why do you respect me? Why do you even trust me the way that you do? He said, because Mr. Z, you do what you say that you're going to do. Everybody else in my life, they say they're going to do something and they don't. You do what you say. So it's like, you have to definitely, if you're going to promise the child something, make sure that you follow up and do what you say, because they'll hold that. They'll hold that the rest of their lives, and they won't trust you. And if they can't trust you, then they can't be vulnerable with you. And then there's a blockage there. So.
All right. Well, how do we help students move from self-criticism to something more constructive without losing motivation or accountability? There's that dynamic tension. We care, we support, you're growing, and I think we have 5 hours left. So without losing motivation or accountability.
Will there be an open bar or?
I have a very short example. So for the juniors and seniors, they're about to get into college. We want them to be prepared. And so being punctual is something that's important, especially because some professors at different universities, you're late, they shut the door and you've missed the whole class. So in the mornings, we get up and I stay, myself and a teammate, in the dorms with them. We are experiencing all of it. And I tell them, if you're late, you might have to do something that might not be as I think it's fun. We do it with them. But for example, we'll have them, sing the national anthem or something. And, you don't want to be put in that spot. And so I've had students in the past, and of course we let them know if you're sick, if you're, life happens, we're not going to punish you. And that's not meant to be a punishment. It's something silly, but I think holding students to account sometimes isn't easy, but doing something where, okay, it's quick, but we still made sure that and you're not in trouble, and we go on. Usually it only takes one, and then everyone is on time the whole week after that. But I think making sure that you do something to hold whomever to account. Otherwise, it's just a lack of communication.
Mm-hmm. It's like you can be disciplined with them and give them and let them know, this is what you gotta be held accountable for. I love you. I'm here for you and everything, but I'm only disciplining you because this is what our agreement was. You know what I'm saying? And you haven't held up to that part, so this is the consequence. But there's still much love for you, and I know you can do better. So forth.
And to piggyback on that, in returning to this theme of relationship and relatedness, I would describe this as loving accountability.
Yep.
Meaning that if that strong feeling of relationship is there, then the accountability becomes something that is mutual. That I want to be responsible for myself, and I want to respond to the expectations that somebody else has placed upon me in the context of relationship.
I also think that that dynamic tension, like you talked about, the discipline and the, I'm sorry, what was the word you used? And the accountability, discipline and accountability. You said earlier, failure is not an option. I've always, that term and I don't get along very well because we all fail, right? Yes. We have all failed in some aspect of life, profession, education, whatever that may be. I actually have an assignment in I'm teaching a project and program management program. Sorry for the redundancy, but one of the assignments is actually a time management assignment where the impossible is put in front of the students, and it's actually impossible. There is no way to solve, and 3/4 of the way through the week, I tell them that. But they're required to show their work, that they went through the process of the discipline of going through the work, doing the assignment. You're not going to be, you're not eventually evaluated on whether you got the right answer. You're evaluated on, did you identify the things that were like, this is impossible, right? Did I show my work? Did I get through that? And I think that drives a little bit of that. There's a discipline there, but there's also the accountability on my sense to say, there's no way you can do this, right? Congratulations for trying and building on your growth as a project manager. I know that sounds cruel. I'm really not that cruel.
You want to bring us home?
I'm not going to bring us home, but I will open it up for some questions before we get kicked off.
All right, I think we're down, how many minutes left?
30 seconds. We are done.
We're done, okay.
Guys, this is what happens when you put a lot of highly educated individuals on the stage. We really could have gone for 5 hours.
Well, thank you so much, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you. We got to get a selfie here quick.
Oh, we're doing selfies.
What's that?
All right, thank you, panelists. I expect to see that picture on hashtag Education2Conf. All right. As we wrap up a day full of learning and discussion, it's time to shine a spotlight on the incredible individuals and organizations who continue to push boundaries and create meaningful impact in learning communities around the world. To present the awards, we have David Karp, the author and healer of Truth Whispering, with us. Please welcome David Karp to the stage. Thank you, David, for helping us with awards today. Okay. Our first award is for Armand James for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Armand James. As a founder of the Emphren Teacher Club Consulting, Armand James empowers educators to transform their classrooms, cultivate elite teaching practices, and drive measurable academic growth. Honored with prestigious 2024 Link Back Distinguished Teaching Award and featured in the Philadelphia Inquirer, Armand leadership and expertise have elevated students, schools, and communities. He is a dynamic, award-winning educator, consultant, and educational leader who has dedicated over a decade to reshaping the future of education.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I think we owe Education 2.0 a round of applause for just bringing us together. I have done so much networking today. I'm so excited about being here. Also, I want you guys to know, you educators, you guys are rock stars in the classroom. From the way you walk into that school, the way you dress, the way you talk to the kids, the relationships you build, you are more powerful than politicians, pastors, presidents. You have the cachet. A lot of us don't know that. We don't get the credit for what we do every single day. Somebody said earlier that students everywhere, people everywhere, billionaires, doctors, can always go back. They could be on their deathbed. They could say, who was your favorite teacher? They're going to remember a certain teacher. So you guys remember that you guys are celebrities. You guys go in those classrooms, go to your states back home, and go dominate and inspire those kids to change the world. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
This next award is for Catherine A. Eubank for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Catherine Eubank is the Executive Director and founder of the One Forest School, Virginia's only academically accredited forest school. Since opening its doors in 2019, she has led innovative place-based programs that integrated environmental science, indigenous history, and sustainable education. Catherine serves as a VA state representative for the National Association of Interpretation's Chesapeake Region 2 and is a certified VA Master Naturalist.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank Education 2.0 for the opportunity today to create an opportunity for furthering change in the future of our education systems because they are needed now more than ever before. Thank you.
This next award is for Christine E. Gabi for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Christine E. Agabi is a professor, therapist, consultant, and founded Care Silence. Care, the Center for Authentic Resilient Empowerment for over 25 years. Christine's professional research, advocacy, teaching, and clinical interests have been in the science of resilience. Christine gave over 430 national and international professional and community presentations, published and collaborated in 20 countries and 17 U.S. states and growing.
Thank you so much, Education 2.0, for this wonderful award for recognizing care resilience and for the power that is in each of us to become more resilient when there are challenges. I am thankful for my family that is here supporting me today and for supporting me up until this point, and for all of us that have the opportunity to inspire others and plant seeds in the next generations. Continue to do so. Even on the hard days, we can be resilient through that. So continue educating and continue inspiring others every day, wherever you go. Thank you.
The next award is for Hannon Latif for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Hannon Latif. Okay. Our next award is for Dr. Jacinda Walker for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Jacinda N. Walker, MFA Honor DA, is a nationally recognized designer, strategist, educator, and researcher, expanding access to creative careers. She is the founding director of Design Export and Education Business, dedicated to helping young people discover pathways into the design profession. Her research, Design Journeys, Strategies for Increasing Diversity in Design Disciplines, is widely recognized as a breakthrough work that addresses inequity in the profession.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to meet and to fellowship with so many amazing educators. As a creative professional, it's been wonderful to see the other side of education and to participate in it. So thank you for allowing me to learn more about you.
The next award is for Dr. Jonathan Strecker for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Jonathan P. Strecker is the head of school of Valley School of Lineage, a distinguished educator, writer, and captivating speaker. He is renowned for his expertise in educational philosophy, complex learning, developmental values, and vision formation. He is currently writing Emergence, How Modern Convenience is Dumbing Down Our Children, and What Parents and Schools Can Do About It.
Well, first, let me say just what a blessed man I am. Beyond everything I have going on in my life, I just learned today from my board president that my picture is on the front of the local newspapers in the area. I have 130,000 subscribers to my YouTube channel. And most importantly, I just received a note that the children of Valley School are going to receive significant funding in the amount of millions of dollars. These are children who wouldn't be able to attend the school otherwise, and they're being supported by a local foundation. So I'd like to thank Ed 2.0. I would like to thank my lovely wife, who you will understand what she has had to go through in just a moment. And I would like to thank you for entering the most noble of professions. So let me just say, when I graduated from high school, this won't be too long though. When I graduated from high school, I was a lost soul. I graduated with the C-. I followed my father's footsteps. I went to work in a factory, and I did that for 2 years. And during those 2 years, the only thing I learned is what I didn't want to do. Somehow, the Ohio State University let me in with my mighty 2.2 GPA, and I started working, but not successfully. I then found out that summer that I had stage 4 cancer, and I would be spending the next year and a half battling chemotherapy and radiation. That experience taught me one thing, and that is gratitude. And that gratitude has kept me moving and being motivated, reading all sorts of books. Every one that you mentioned today, Carol Dweck, Daniel Pink, absolutely. I've devoured that information because of the gratitude I now feel. Then in 2017, and this gets back to thanking my wife, she took me to the hospital, and I unfortunately went into cardiac arrest. Took them a little while, and by the grace of God, He brought me back to do more work. And there was a word added to gratitude, and that is obligation. And so I feel a great obligation. And the reason I thank you, most importantly today, is because the things you do, the children you touch, the people you network with. You never know where a person might end up. So thank you to everyone, and I wish you all a wonderful evening.
Our next award is for Julius L. Cartwright for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Julius Cartwright is the president of Apex Multifaceted Inc., founder of Dream Today Realty Inc., and Upscale Select Builders, generating over $1 billion in real estate sales. He serves as editor of Career Channels magazine and publisher of House Notes magazine, and host the Career Channels podcast. Author of Equity Smart is the New Cool, Julius is dedicated to empowering students, professionals, and communities through education.
Thank you. I have only just a minute with 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it. Didn't seek it, didn't choose it. But it's up to me to use it. Just a tiny little minute, but an eternity is in it. Good evening to all my fellow speakers, panelists, exhibitors, and Education 2.0. It is with a great deal of gratitude that I thank you for this award, and that I thank you for the education that's been shared around high school students, college students, and practicing in the inner city schools, the suburb schools, the charter schools. The information has been fulfilling, and what we do is we connect the dots between schools and trade schools and colleges. We bring everybody together and we publish real stories, real communication, and real situations. So I thank you once again, and I've learned so much from being here, and it's been a groundswell joy. Thank you.
The next award is for Katya Pizarro for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Katya Pizarro is the founder and president of Elite Language Academy, and she has taught EAP, supervised emerging teachers, published and delivered bilingual workshops on second language acquisition assessment and methodology. Dr. Pizarro holds an MS in education and TESOL and ACUE credential 2020, Lean Six Sigma White Belt, and a doctorate in organizational leadership NSU.
Wow, thank you very much. Okay. Wow, it's heavy. Okay, I'm really honored getting this award, and I really receive it with gratitude. I share it with my family, with my students, colleagues, and individuals like you, professionals like you, who believe in the transformational power of education. So keep shining, keep leading, keep changing lives, and I promise I'll remain serving with passion, purpose, and love. Thank you very much.
The next award is for Kelly A. Watts for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Kelly A. Watts. The next award is for Lisa Canning for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Lisa Canning. The next award is for Dr. Lisa Collins for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Lisa Collins. The next award is for Manju Mittal. Manju Mittal for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Manju Mittal is the Career Advisor, Finance and Accountancy at Simon Business School, University of Rochester. He brings 7 years of corporate experience, having previously worked with Morgan Stanley, supporting fund managers and institutional investors. Manju holds dual degrees, an MBA and an MS in finance, and is currently pursuing a doctorate in education from the University of Rochester.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Education 2.0 for providing this platform,
bringing together entrepreneurs, educators, administrators to share best practices with ourselves and each others. Quick background about me, I'm from India. I pursued chartered accountancy, having worked 7 years in corporate America. Like our colleague said, I was also lost. I was in Manhattan running 100 hours a week for Morgan Stanley, and it was time crushing. So I found peace in education. Growing up, I learned we have not inherited the present from from our parents, but I borrowed it from our children. So this is a noble profession to stick in, and I'm going to invest rest of my life here, designing the future of our futures. And as the board says, change makers. So thank you all for choosing this noble profession. We are all change makers, and may the best upon us. Thank you.
The next award is for Raylene Ferguson Hagen for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Raylene Hagen is the president and founder of Race Up Education Consulting. With 30 years in education, she is an established Race Up educational consulting championing innovative STEAM, concurrent subject, and experiential learning methods. As a public speaker, author, and leading researcher on remote learning, she emphasizes practical, global, and inclusive education.
Thank you, Education 2.0. I always love coming to these conferences, and I'm humbled to be here with other visionaries and being able to share and collaborate in ideas. And I've been honored to speak today on experiential learning and internships for high school students. I think it's so important that we have a new vision for the future of education, and not only in the classrooms, it needs to look completely different, but also to collaborate with the community and to let students really get out there in the real world and understand what is needed for the future, and to develop those skills. So I'm so happy that I've been able to be here and share ideas and hopefully collaborate more in the future. Thank you so much.
Next award is for Rwanda Alexa Webb for Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Rwanda Alexa Webb. This next award is for Dr. Satya Rana Dev for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Dev is an associate professor and chair of the Biological Systems Engineering program at Florida A&M University's College of Agriculture and Food Sciences, with an interdisciplinary background in biological engineering, food science, microbiology, and food engineering. He consults research spanning ag tech, bioengineer, food safety, pathogen detection, and neurologics. He has received multiple honors, including the ASABE, the AE50 Award in 2019.
Thank you. It's a real honor to be here. Well, I always introduce myself as the boy with the toys who builds the toys he plays with. My toys are expensive. The cheapest one I ever built is $80,000. So that's what I do, and that's what I want my students to be able to do as well. So I involve students in every toy that I build, which are called equipment. So that's what they do, and I find this is exactly what I would do if nobody pays me to do it. So I'm so glad that I'm getting paid to do it. So thank you so much for recognizing it. We don't find too many occasions that recognizes the education side of things. I've received so many awards and recognitions for the research end of it, but this is one of the few occasions where I get recognized for education. And I thank the organizers and the audience. Thank you so much.
The next award is for Dr. Scott Shaw for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Scott Shaw serves as an associate provost at Grace Christian University and continues to teach across the social sciences curriculum in on-campus, online, and graduate forums. With over 3 decades of experience in the mental health field, he has maintained a clinical practice since 2001. His professional background includes a decade as a clinical supervisor at Lutheran Child and Family Service and 7 years as Hope Network Behavioral Health.
Well, thank you so much, Education 2.0. I'm just thankful to God, thankful to my family, thankful to my institution, Grace Christian University, for allowing me to be here, but especially thankful to my students. And without them, it wouldn't be possible. Thank you so much.
This next award is for Sharon Canaday for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. As the founder, CEO, and lead tutor of Turning Point Math, Sharon Canaday brings deep empathy to her work. She has spent over 30 years in education, serving students and families in a wide variety of roles. Known for nurturing bad math days into good ones, Sharon leads a team of tutors who share her passion for connection, encouragement, and lasting transformation.
First of all, just thank you so much. What a pleasant surprise. As a person who has stepped out of the system and I operate in my little office all by myself, meeting with my students online, it was just so nice to realize that people recognize that that is still education and it is still valuable. So I just want to thank everybody that's here, and I am just very honored.
This next award is for Sheila J. Simpson for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Sheila is currently an executive director at Focus Marriage Ministries. Sheila Simpson has spearheaded impactful programs, including new relationship inventories available in 20 languages that support organizations worldwide. She is a passionate leader with over 38 years of experience, spanning corporate, IT, and faith-based initiatives. Her career includes key roles at Coca-Cola and Southwire, where she received a Computer World Laureate Award for transforming technology.
Thank you so much. First thing I got to say is God is good and has blessed us so much. And I want to thank you, Education 2.0, for helping make this happen, this whole conference. It's been great. And I feel so honored to be able to receive this award on behalf of my Focus team, the Focus Board, the Archdiocese of Omaha, all of our facilitators, our priests, our clergy, our people who use us and help all these engaged and married couples change their lives one conversation at a time. Thank you so much again, and I feel so blessed. Have a good one.
The next award is for Sterling Alexander for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Sterling Alexander Brown is the Director of Strategic Partnerships at EngageToLearn.org. Alexander maintains a focus that remains unswayed by political agendas or bias, prioritizing human connection above all else. Instead, the guiding questions are simple. Who is the human and how is that human best served? The core of Alexander's work is adding value.
Hello. Okay, so tomorrow, if you do not suffer from a lunch hangover and if you do not belong to the Las Vegas Strip, you will hear a lot from me. So I'm going to keep this brief. First of all, I want to thank Jesus. Without him, I would not be here. My parents are here. Thank y'all. Very much appreciate you. Thanks for, being like, let's have a kid. I am grateful to the company that I work for, Engage to Learn, and my teammates. Thank you, Education 2.0, for this conference. I've been very privileged for the time that I've gotten to be here to listen to very brilliant minds. It's been very rich, and I'm very appreciative of all of you, and I'm excited. At the end of the day, I live to serve, and I live to encourage. And so that is the hope for tomorrow, that you are served and that you are encouraged, and I will see you soon.
The next award is for Swiss Informatics Society, SI, Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. Swiss Informatics Society, SI, is the leading national association for digital innovation, education, and research in Switzerland. It promotes computational thinking, digital literacy, and inclusive access to IT while promoting responsible innovation and preparing future generations for technological leadership and societal impact. Within SI, special interest groups, SIGs, connect members around emerging themes and shared challenges. On behalf of the organization and the board members of the organization, Johan Sievering is going to receive the award.
Thank you very much. First of all, many thanks to Education to the team for organizing so important event that allows educational stakeholders to communicate and exchange. It's exactly what we do with our project Athena AI Hub within Swiss Informatics Society. I am very proud of this recognition that I would like to share with all my colleagues, students, director, and all the ones that support me, and especially to my wife, Sylviane. Thank for all to be here. Thank you, thank you.
The next award is for Thomas Langtree for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Tom is a lawyer, a writer, a business owner, and director of education associates. LP Tom graduated summa cum laude from Golden Gate University School of Law in 2023 and has been practicing law full-time since then. Before law school, Tom earned a master's degree in education, a bachelor's degree in English, and certificates in technical writing and language instruction.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor. I have to say I am amazed and really very humbled by all of the very accomplished professionals that are here at this conference. I have to say I feel like I'm kind of rowing a little rubber dinghy in an ocean full of fully armed nuclear warships. So it's very humbling and rewarding to think that Education 2.0 found me on the internet and found that my work was worthy of recognition. That really means a lot to me. And so I thank you for this honor. It's been a pleasure meeting all of you and hearing from you. And thank you again.
The next award is for Dr. Tonya Cannon, Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Tonya Cannon is the lead faculty at Westcliff University. She is an experienced higher education professional with over a decade of instructional service in all levels of higher education. Dr. Cannon has served for multiple accredited institutions, including Westcliff University, UCLA Extension, and Ascension Online College.
Thank you, everyone. Some of you saw me speak yesterday at the panel, and so you know I have a film background as well. So you like me, you really like me. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate everyone being here, and I would hope that everybody understands the link between film and education and how film helps to bridge that gap between knowledge and theory. So I appreciate this and thank you.
This next award is for Tyrone Richardson for Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. Currently serving as Academic and Accountability Officer for grades 6 through 12 in a consolidated school district in New Britain, Tyrone Richardson brings expertise in instructional leadership and educational innovation. He is an accomplished educational leader with over 26 years of experience developing strong student-focused environments. Tyrone owns Teach One Publishing and recently launched the Teach One podcast.
Woo. Okay, so thank you, Education 2.0. I want to thank also my family at home watching on a live stream. Thank you very much. I also want to thank the city of New Britain, Connecticut for employing me and allowing me to come and take some time away, even though we got spring break next week. This is very special to me because part of my story is that I skipped a lot of school. And I had a hard time coming up as an adolescent. So I like to, when I get in front of young people especially, I like to tell them that education saved my life. School saved my life. It's a pretty interesting story. And I've been the student, I've been the teacher, I've been the principal, I've been the coach, I've been all those things up into what I am now, which is an assistant superintendent. And my story just leads me to my passion project, which is my podcast, the Teach One podcast. And through Education 2.0, these last few days, I've actually gotten to meet a lot of cool people with some great stories to tell, and I look forward to interviewing you one day on a podcast. Thank you very much.
A big congratulations to all of our honorees. Your dedication, passion, and impact continue to inspire everyone in this room. As day 2 comes to a close, this is a great moment to connect with fellow educators, leaders, and changemakers around you. Take this time to exchange ideas, visit exhibit booths, share your experiences from the session, and build new relationships that could spark future collaborations. While you're enjoying these conversations, don't forget to capture all the energy of the conference. Share your favorite moments and key takeaways on social media using hashtag Education2Conf and help extend those ideas to our global community. The journey doesn't stop here. The Education 2.0 conference will be heading to Singapore and Dubai later this year, bringing even more opportunities to learn, connect, and grow. If you'd like to learn more about these upcoming editions, feel free to connect with Jatine Sidhu from the 2.0 conference, who will be happy to guide you through the next steps. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you at the networking hour.